Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing? Welcome back to another Thursday, where we're still trying to figure out the name of the show. We were thinking Star Boys, Sith Triumvirate. Oh shit, what was the other one?
Rule of three.
Rule of Three. Yeah, and then anything else you guys come up with. But, anyways, welcome, boys, back to the show. How you doing?
Great.
Excellent.
Star Boys Unite.
Is that what we're going with? Star Wars?
Dude, that's my
I'm just going to say it.
Three guys, one blade? Holy shit, dude. Oh, man,
Off the bat.
Yeah, all right. Okay. How about Star Theory? Yeah, we'll figure it out. We have a lot of news to talk about today in Star Wars. So, Stoops, I know you want to cover something with the Old Republic movie coming out and the controversy around that. So let's get into it, man.
Awesome. Yeah. So James Mangold, who's directing the First Jedi or the Dawn of the Jedi movie, I think is what they're calling it, says that it's set 25,000 years before the Skywalkers and that he doesn't want to be chained to pre-existing lore. He doesn't want to be bound to anything around that time period. So a lot of people are saying, we love the lore. That's why we come to these movies. But others are like, yes, I can see how being unburdened by that may be able to tell the story that he wants to tell. But personally, I'm a little bit worried. I think the Dawn of the Jedi Legend story is great. It's interesting. I hope they keep certain elements from Legends. I think Force-imbued swords is a must. I really want that. And I also want to see, the first Jedi's view on the Force explored like it was in Legends. Like when the Jedi were focused more on light and dark and that balance. Yeah. And I just hope that they stick to that instead of trying to tell a story entirely their own, missing the core elements of why we're interested in that time period to begin with.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that if they want to go back to where it all began, there's so much lore behind that. And he needs to get that lore and actually use it. Because if you don't, well, what the hell's the point then? You're just making up your own shit. And as we've seen before with Disney, when they do that with Star Wars, it doesn't really work out too well. So the two-time Oscar nominee, who is set to co-write and direct Star Wars Dawn of the Jedi, recently teased that his prequel will aim to find a way on the page to say something original about the origin of the Force without relying too much on the franchise's established lore. Now, whenever they do this shit, it just it's like these guys like to put their own spin on Star Wars, and it's like it's already there. Take what's already there and apply it and make it into a movie. Put it on screen. I don't know why they feel they have to go and make their own crap, because it usually doesn't end up too good.
Well, they don't care about handcuffing themselves to the lore anyway. We saw that with the Acolyte.
Oh god. To me, the really important aspects are the freedom to make something new. And I, in relation to Star Wars, have been working on a script, and we'll see what happens. It's like, yeah, you want to make something new, but why? You're making something about Star Wars. Like, the lore and shit is already there. We just need to stay true to that. Like, talk about the Thoyor. Talk about them coming to Tython. Talk about all of them going to Ashla and Bogan. And cover that whole story. There's so much that they can actually adapt. They just need to freaking actually look at the source material. What do you think, Dash?
There's two things. One, I'd say that the hardest part of mythology is the beginning and the end, because the more you get to the beginning, the more you have to keep it like primordial and abstract. And there was definitely parts of that story I didn't love, like the guy, whatever his name was, Zesh, and the Rakatans using people as human batteries to power their ships. So I was like, that's a little bit out there for me, but I agree that there's so much of the EU to mine. We keep thumping that, the book over and over, like just use what's already there. But the thing that just caught me when you read that was he didn't say the origin of the Jedi. He said the origin of the Force itself. And I'm like, what?
Oh, shit. That's a terrible idea. Don't do that.
You stumble over a rock and you're like, hey, there's a little pocket of Force here. Like, how do you find the Force? Is it going to be the father and the son? Like,
Oh my gosh.
It's such an abstract, even like idea. How do you contextualize that into an easy to understand thing for audiences and make it tangible, but also exciting? Like that's way too nebulous for me personally. The origin of the Force, like the Force was birthed.
Yeah. No. And it's that's like making a movie on where everything began, how the universe was born. And it's like, that's going to be controversial right off the bat. Now you're doing it with Star Wars? Shit. Good luck.
Well, the origin of the Force and the origin of the Jedi are like two very different stories. And one is fleshed out in Star Wars Legends, which is the origin of the Jedi, which is the story that I think we all want. And the other is going around and mucking in areas that are already just perfect. Like the Force is great because it's not explicitly defined all the time. So when you attempt to explain that away, it loses the mystery behind it.
Yeah. What do you think of the Game of Thrones, the Hound replacing Ray Stevenson character in Ahsoka? So this was the other topic we wanted to chat about. And I think it's probably one of their best choices to replace Ray. I think Ray was the best part of Ahsoka. I think Baylan Skoll was literally like the most interesting character that they had in the show. And I didn't really care about Ahsoka or Sabine or Ezra or any of the other characters when I was watching it. And that's simply because of how it was written, in the sense that Baylan was the most compelling and him and Shin were the most interesting. So I think if they want to continue that story with Baylan, then yeah, the Hound could probably do a pretty good job. What do you guys think?
I think so too. I think Baylan might be the best Disney Star Wars original character that they've made.
Yeah.
His just perception on the Force and his perception about life and the galaxy around him is so compelling. It's easily the best part of Ahsoka. I think that this actor, what's his name? Is it like
Rory
McCann? Is that
so.
right? McCann?
Can we call him the
Yeah,
Hound?
Rory McCann. Yeah, we can go. I think that he's great. He's great in Game of Thrones, and the other stuff I've seen him in. He's a great choice. I think he brings a lot of the stature that Ray Stevenson brought to the character, and he has that intimidating aura. But he also has a level where he can be understanding and sympathetic, and it's just great casting because the Hound is very similar of a character to Baylan in those regards.
Right.
That's a good thread to put there. He is nuanced, and there is something. I think I said it last time. My love of characters is somebody who says like a dark side Force user, but does something counterintuitive, like respects the Jedi, and these things, these little, it tickles your brain. You go, "Oh, that's interesting. I want to learn more about them." But like you said, Ray Stevenson was a big boy. Like he was very broad, very imposing. His saber style, didn't he say it was something like Templar sword fighting? Like it wasn't Vader. I love that it wasn't Vader, but it still had that power.
Yeah.
It wasn't Form 5, but it just had it behind it. But again, he was very soft and he was very understanding when he had to be, which I like the nuance because there's nothing worse than a bad guy that's just barking at people 24/7 and they're not human, you know what I mean? Like sometimes when Disney portrays the Empire, you go, why the hell would you join these people if you're just going to die? Like there's no upswing. There's just a bunch of pricks together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that right? Am I wrong? Would you ever join the Empire?
No. But I like the contrast of the Baylan character. Like you're saying, he's so physically intimidating and clearly massively powerful, but he's also soft-spoken and caring a little bit. And I think that some of the complexity of the character is when he sees that Shin isn't going down the path that he's going down, and he just releases her. And I'm super excited to see how that affects her moving forward. Does she feel a sense of abandonment, similar to, Ahsoka and what's going on with Sabine? What sort of path is Shin going to follow? Are there going to be consequences for severing that relationship later? These are all the questions that I want answers to.
I just had a thought. We all know, the Mortis arc and where Baylan was headed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if there's a callback to Manskull's movies there? What if there's a
Like-
tie-in that they're doing?
On that planet?
Well, that's probably like if you're talking about the origin of the Force, the most abstract, like the Force being intangible and embodied by the Father and the Son and the Daughter, that's the most tangible thing, representation of the Force itself that we've got. And then a man says, I'm going to show you the origin of the Force, and they're going to go Balin in another series is going to go explore that area. I don't know if that's tied together, but I'd be surprised if there wasn't something going on there.
It's difficult because a lot of that lore with the Celestials and the ones of Mortis is very, it's like ethereal and cosmic, and that can work, but I just rather get a story about the founding of the Jedi Order.
We just talked about people and their direct relationships because that's, I think, what we attach to.
Right.
I don't care. I like reading about a celestial moving planets like marbles and their stations that you stumble upon. I don't want a movie about it. I want people and their relationships and etc. You know what I mean? Like these big cosmic things. It's background lore for me.
Yeah.
A lot of my issue with this whole Balin and Shin story, and I know it's overplayed, but I think a lot of fans are feeling this way. We know where the story ends with the sequels. None of these big conflicts are mentioned in the sequels. So it already feels a little bit forced, but I don't know. I just hope that they can pull it off. Yep.
I think they're creating their own little time in between 6 and 7. And I think they're doing that for two reasons. Because first of all, there's a lot of time and there's a lot of stories they can tell. And the second is because they know deep down that the sequels were shit. And they really destroyed the entire franchise and the fandom. And so if they create like a subsect that doesn't really involve or mention the sequels much, then maybe they'll have a better chance of, doing something successful in Star Wars that isn't so divisive and well, shit.
I can also see that decision being dictated by a sense of fear and like not wanting to break away from established characters.
100%. That anchor point where it's like, well, they'll come to the movies if we meant they were originally going to put Yoda in the Acolyte. He was the anchor, and they bailed on that. But 100%. That's why I think it's fear. The dark side. Well, it's a galaxy. They could go to any number of planets coinciding with A New Hope. There could be something happening across the galaxy that is mind-blowing, that has nothing to do with it, but they just, you know what I mean? Like, when Manskull said, I feel bound to the lore, I'm like, it's a universe. You are unbound, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because it's like, I think there's a huge I've noticed just in general, like so far already this year, there's a huge shift, just like politically with what people want, and then Mark Zuckerberg coming out with like changing his whole tune, being like, we're now going to be focusing on free speech on Meta and blah blah blah. Whereas before, you say one thing that went against a certain group or political agenda, and you're banned. And I just feel like now Disney is like starting to maybe, hopefully, wake up and be like, okay, you know what? Maybe we push too hard and we just need to go back to telling some good stories. So why don't we just focus on that? And you're kind of seeing it now, which takes us to our next topic. The Last Jedi effect with Solo is what's happening today with Skeleton Crew. So Skeleton Crew has come out. They've said that it's gotten the worst ratings ever. Like it's gotten lower ratings than The Acolyte, which to me is surprising because it's a fun show. It's fine. It's not Star Wars, but it's fun. It's chill. And The Acolyte, I think, pissed even more people off to the point where they just don't even want to watch anything that has the Star Wars branding on it anymore. And this is the same thing that happened to Solo, which Kathleen first said, oh, it's because we did too many movies. And then she changed her tune a few years later and just said recently, oh, it's because, you can't have a major character like that who's not deep faked. What? What are you talking about? Get your shit in order, man. So I think, hopefully they're starting to see that, all right, we can't keep doing this because we're just going to keep dwindling down our fandom. So we'll see what happens, man. Hopefully they make a good Balin Skull. Hopefully they give us a good story of, the in between 6 and 7, and with Ahsoka season 2, hopefully it's better and it's not doesn't end the way it did, which is lame.
Yeah, they got hit right in their pocketbook with Skeleton Crew because like they've just lost a lot of faith in the average Star Wars fan, just from all the behind the scenes stuff, the creatives not caring about what the fans think, being like combative and adversarial. And then Skeleton Crew on its own, like you said, it's like Solo. Solo's going to be nowhere near the level of hype that a regular installment would be, but it was certainly sent out to die after The Last Jedi, just like Skeleton Crew was sent out to die after The Acolyte. And I think it's unfortunate because even though I'm behind on Skeleton Crew, I think Solo's far better than The Last Jedi, and I think Skeleton Crew is far better than The Acolyte.
Bro says he's behind. He's like, I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah. I'm 3 episodes in.
Apathy is death. They say that the opposite of love isn't hate, it's apathy. And I think everybody loves Star Wars, then started to dislike it. Then Disney told us that we're horrible, toxic people for disliking it. So the hate came on. You're like, screw them. And then this hollow, dead feeling hits you where you're just apathetic. You're like, I don't think I care anymore. Like I'll watch something I've got no expectations. And I think Skeleton Crew would have performed a lot better if it preceded The Acolyte. I think we're at that dead spot now. It's like they better do a Hail Mary. They're in a lot of trouble.
No, I agree. I want to highlight Star Wars 99.9. He just donated us 2 big super chats asking us what do we all think of the Skeleton Crew. Thanks for the $150, man. That's really generous. We appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
Insane. Thank you.
So, Skeleton Crew, I'm going to go first. And then I'm going to grab some water. I think it's not Star Wars. I don't think it's anything that you're missing if you don't watch it. I don't think you're going to lose anything if you do watch it. It's a very basic show about like kids in space trying to find their way home, and they come across some trouble. It's a kids show, and I think it's warm, it's fuzzy, it's cute, and there isn't really too much to think about it. I like it.
From the 3 episodes I saw, I thought it was a good show, but it doesn't feel enough like Star Wars to me. And because of that, I've just started rereading the NJO books because that is the Star Wars that I'm interested in. And, I felt sort of hollow not having a new Star Wars release that I cared about in the holiday season. But going back to those old Legends books was pretty fulfilling. But from the 3 episodes that I saw, it's enjoyable. It's really good, but it's not anything that, I was excited for the next episode per se. Sitting there and watching it, it was an enjoyable time, but it sort of ended when the episode ended. And I just didn't feel the desire to go back and watch the most recent episodes. What do you think, man?
I like it. I love pirate themes though, and I'm thinking of 10-year-old me. I love this book called Ghost in the Noonday Sun, and it was kind of like has this thriller aspect, and there's mutiny and things like that. And I've seen a lot of samurai and cowboy in Star Wars. So to see pirates, thinking about a 10-year-old watching it, I think they would love it. Like I always say, when I watch a kid's show for Star Wars, I give it grace of like it's 30% slower than I'd want. This show is probably 50%. It has pacing issues, but I have a lot of fun with it. I love Jod. I love the betrayals. I like the Old Republic and the thought of a mint. The execution leaves a lot to be desired. But there's another part of me that in the back of my head that goes, bro, you're in an oasis. You're in a desert. They're giving you, like, you're dying of lore thirst, Star Wars thirst. And they're giving you a little sippy sip of muddy, sand water, and you're like, oh my, this is the best thing ever. Are you a moisture farmer? This is great. Is this from Tatooine? Like, why would I say Tatooine? It's horrible water, but the worst water. But like, so I don't know if in 5 years I'm going to be like, this is dope. But for now, I'm enjoying it. They better not leave us. I said it to Stoops before the show. They better not leave me on a cliffhanger on the last episode, or I will be pissed. I hate that because they're building so hardcore. But for my son, like any of my kids, when they get older, if they, around 10, I think I would show them Skeleton Crew. And I think for them, that's fine. And if we were getting like 25 shows that every single kind of demographic of Star Wars was catered to, nobody would care about the Skeleton Crew. They'll be like, oh, I put it on for the kids and it's a fun little romp. But because we're in that desert, it gets all eyes and scrutiny put on it, and I think that it suffers so much coming out after The Acolyte. That's a long ass explanation. I'm sorry for that.
How do you feel about it as a Star Wars show, though? So it may be a good show, but how is it? Like when I watch Star Wars, there are certain elements that I'm expecting to see and hoping to like glean from it.
Right.
How does it stack up?
I have a different grading to you because the EU matters to me more than the core movies. So that Star Wars feeling isn't just a hope or what the hero's journey that George Lucas used and his motifs. It's a story that's really compelling to me set in the Star Wars universe. Having said that, there are stories like The Last Jedi has that. The aesthetic was kind of pretty. I like it. It was beautiful, the cinematography, but 15 minutes in, I had that hollow, dead feeling of this isn't a Star Wars story. And so I think it differs from person to person, but I can see how it's like 70%. There's this slip where if you think about it from that lens of it needs to be Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars, it doesn't quite hit the mark. But like I said, if you think, okay, it's a fun kids romp, a pirate Star Wars, like their first real attempt in a kids universe, it is fun. But again, you have to kind of turn the brain off a little bit, like, suspended disbelief. But Disney doesn't, The Acolyte, I was looking at it just going, this is like a poorly written RPG, like a JRPG. This should be like, Final Fantasy level dialogue. What's I love Final Fantasy, but you know what I mean? So like, there's not really, I don't even think Solo felt like like Star Wars. I think Rogue One was like, that was the closest that we got where I went, everything's kind of hitting the Star Wars notes.
Yeah, no, I felt that way too. One of the things which is interesting because my favorite parts of Star Wars are like Jedi and Sith lore, and Rogue One was pretty minimal on that, but it still hit a lot of the notes of feeling like a big Star Wars project and a great grandiose film with aspects of the universe that hadn't been explored yet, like large scale battles. What does that look like in Star Wars on the ground? But I just feel like Skeleton Crew is lacking that initial intrigue for me, that hook, and it just hasn't happened.
Really, that was the part that I liked. I was like, I wanted to know more about Jod. I think Jude Law really chewed the scenes up. Anything he was in really kind of got me hooked. They had a lot of good actors in there. It just started to flounder by the end, if you'd watched the last 3 episodes.
It's tough because I can't.
Sorry.
It's hard because the show itself, I can't really point to anything that I dislike about it inherently or hate about it inherently.
Apathy.
But like you're saying, it's just apathy towards it. That it's just, I don't want to watch it. The Acolyte was so bad at times. Part of watching it was like, oh my gosh, what are they gonna do to us next week?
Yeah, it was rage watching. I was like, every week my wife would be like, are we gonna watch the Acolyte? I'm like, you know it. And we'd just be like, what? No, don't do this to like the whip. Come on.
Yeah.
Like that's a hard truth to accept. Watching the Acolyte out of like, what are they gonna do, did keep me watching it when Skeleton Crew just has nothing.
What's it called when something's really bad and you just keep watching? You're like, it's a disaster. Oh, I can't look away. That's what the Acolyte was like. You almost you were like invested to see what they would screw up next.
Yeah. Or what?
Plague is crawling out. It's just like to dip and like, hey. And you're like, what?
Or even the allegiances of the characters. Like May and Osha changed. They changed sides like 3 times. Did not care. They didn't form any meaningful bonds that meant anything to them.
I'm still amazed that place burnt when it was like stone, wasn't it? The whole building. I was like, well, what's flammable? What's catching on fire in here?
Leslie Headland's interior in her mind. That's
Oh, you say her career.
no, her career's probably great. Maybe, not this year when things are going to start to change. They're going to stop hiring people based on political identity or sexual identity. And they start hiring people based on creativity.
Competence?
Yeah, competence, creativity, actually being good at their job.
Good old-fashioned storytelling. Just that's all we want. That's all we care about.
Yeah. No, look, I can smell a new skit coming in the air here. So, you got a executive being like, "We need a new show." Someone brings a script, and it's like reading the script. Is there anyone gay in it? Yes. Done. Hired. Let's greenlight this show. Okay, great.
I don't think they'd say that. I think they'd say, "Can they be gay?" And be like, there's two of them. They're clones of each other, but they hook up with each other, and they're like, "Well, can it be an army of clones?"
So it's like, clones. Is one of them trans? No, they're all supposed to be genetically engineered clones.
That actually happened, didn't it? It's not even a joke.
Yeah. No, it's not even a joke. It's they made one clone trans. Yeah, it's been interesting, and it's nice that I don't know, I didn't talk to you guys about this, but so Trudeau's stepping down, and so now I feel a weight has been lifted, and I can start to be a little more candid with talking about Star Wars without feeling like my house is going to be taken away or I'll be put in jail or something. So it's great.
They announced that they announced that like the day after our stream too.
Literally the day after our stream. Yeah, they were probably watching our stream and they're like, "Shit, Star Wars Theory doesn't like Trudeau." Like, okay, all right, yeah,
it's time.
Like, he like unsubs. Yeah.
So, as an American, I'm not very well acquainted with this. Obviously, can you sort of break down what is next with him stepping down? What sort of candidates are up next? Because I know nothing, man.
Oh, it's bullshit. It's going to be so the Liberal Party, and we call them. We literally call them Liberal Party, which is red, by the way, and here the Conservatives are blue.
So are ours. That's odd.
Yeah, I think it's a British thing. Anyways,
well, we are Commonwealth, aren't we?
Yeah,
we're both Commonwealth countries. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so essentially, his cabinet, they all dislike him simply, but they supported him for the last 9 years to destroy this country, and the only reason they don't like him is because they know that Canada doesn't like him. So he's not going to win the next election. He's not going to win a vote. So they're just going to put in. So his guys in his cabinet all turned against him, the Liberals. And the only reason for that is because they feel like the Liberal Party is going to lose if he's the face of the Liberals next year for the election or for the next election this year. So they want to put in someone else. So he's going to step down. They're going to put in someone else, like probably Krista Freeland, who is just as horrible, and destroy the country for another half a year or whatever we got left. And then it comes time to the election. They think that if they put in someone like, it's a Kamala Harris kind of move, where they think if, hey, you know what, Biden steps down, let's put in a new face. This is going to actually win seats and win votes. But no. Canadians don't want that shit. We're not stupid. We've been fucked for 9 years. Excuse my language. And it's been an absolute hell living here. So what's going to happen is we're probably going to get an early election. And I think Canada's going to vote Conservative. We're going to vote for Poilievre. And he's going to win. He's going to come in. And he's going to have a lot of work to do.
And then you'll become the 53rd state of America, right? Or is it 50?
People have asked me about this, Trump wanting to be, wanting Canada to be another state or whatever. You know what? I would be open to like a European Union kind of thing. So like, our passports are all good. Like we can travel back and forth to each other, like just drive over the border if we want with our ID. Or even there is no freaking border in that sense. So if you're a Canadian, you're good. Taxes and stuff would change. We have one currency. I'd be more inclined with that, but Trudeau was incompetent when it came to explaining how valuable Canada is to the States to Trump when they had their little dinner just a few days ago. And I think Polyev will do a much better job of explaining how valuable Canada actually is to America and vice versa. So we'll see what happens.
Do you guys have like televised debates and everything? Is it similar like that? Are you going to get the candidates on the same stage talking it out, or?
I don't know. I've never really been that invested in politics until probably 2019 when I lived with I was in a relationship and I lived with an extreme liberal, and I felt like I was going to be canceled in my own home, and so that it didn't work out. We both had different views of life, and somehow
how extreme are we talking? Like, you bought white chocolate and she's like, it's dark chocolate here only, you piece of crap.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is racially charged chocolate. And you're like, but I like white chocolate. She's like, not anymore.
What's the sexual preference of this chocolate? I'm like, I don't fucking know.
There's only one right answer.
Yeah, literally. And then I started to get really like interested in being like shit and noticing like what the world is kind of turning into, because before that I was just like, whatever, I'm just stay in my lane, do my thing, be a nice person, and everyone live the way they want, and I don't bother anybody, nobody bother me, and that's it. But it started to become a little bit different, and then COVID happened, and then blah blah blah, and then things got crazy, and I started to take a real more interest in politics and noticing the decline of Canada and how it's absolutely being destroyed, and noticing my bank account too, and how this guy is taking so much money, so much for bullshit reasons. Tax for this, tax for that, and blah, blah, blah. He's fighting for climate change. Then he's taking private jet trips to the Bahamas. And how much fuel is that? I don't know. It's a lot. Do the math. That's a lot. He's a contradicting sellout, phony. And I have never disliked someone more in my life for destroying so many people's lives, so many Canadians' lives, lying and being just an authoritative dictator of a government. And I'm happy he's stepping down. And I know that this is all like a little drama ploy, that he is a fucking drama teacher. So, he's going to step down, and then someone with the same sort of mask on is going to step in, and it's still a Liberal Party, and then we're just going to get to vote eventually, and they're going to get out of here. That's all that needs to happen, but it's not over yet. So anyways, with him stepping down, I feel a little more comfortable speaking my mind about shit, about topics, because before that, if you talk anything about trans community or gay or anything like that, you get thrown in jail. It's a hate crime. I could have, I don't know, freaking police show up at my door and be like, I don't, there's a lot of weird stories that have happened in Canada with stuff like that. So I'm just not interested in getting in that kind of trouble. I'd rather just continue on my way and, keep talking about Star Wars and do my thing without the bullshit that this tyrant wants to impose on his people.
Well, hopefully it all works out for you. We've got the same kind of thing in Australia, where social media posts can get you in trouble, etc. It's kind of draconian and crazy to me. But because hate speech means to me that there's some violence or a real threat attached versus just your opinion. That's free speech. But I digress. I'm glad that we don't have to do the Star Boys podcast and have like Stoops and I, and then like a little save theory thing on your seat because you're in jail and trying to get
literally. Well, no, Dash, that's the thing, is if you misgender someone, it's a hate crime here, and you can go to jail. I believe that's
even if it's unintentional,
especially if it's unintentional.
Yeah, I don't know, something like that. It's wild, man. It's 1984 George Orwell over here. That, and the fact that you literally taxed so much money. It's if I moved to the States, I would probably have an extra 50% of my income to myself. Easily.
Jeez.
No problem. Yeah, it's fucked. 9 years of this shit, dude.
Ready to move on.
Yeah. And then you know if your company's Canadian and you want to move it out to the States, they charge you a premium. They charge you a percentage, an exit clause, an exit percentage to, you know, the amount of money in total that I think your company has generated or some shit like this. You have to pay a percentage on that entire amount if you want to exit.
Just to move it to like an American
Just to move it to the
company? Oh my
States. Yeah,
gosh.
if I want to move it to America, then yeah, that's what happens.
A percentage of the net gross of your company. Wow.
Yeah, not even profit. It's net growth.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Net
Yeah.
gross?
Something
Not even
like that.
profit.
I might be
that's
wrong, but
insane.
I'm friends with Derek from More Plates, More Dates, and we were talking about this, and we live in the same city pretty much, and we were talking about this shit, and it's insane. Like, we both just bitching about it because it's like they just tax the shit out of us, and if we want to leave, they make it near impossible.
It's funny. I was in the gym the other day and I was looking at my delts, like a weak point, and I thought, "What's that video Derek did?" And I got the More Plates, More Dates Death Star delts video up and just quickly looked at like a couple of things and I went back in. It's yeah.
That dude is jacked. He's huge.
What does he say? Super physiological, androgynous hormone.
Super physiological.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's the candidate that you like currently?
Polyev.
What do you like about him? I'm sorry, I know nothing.
People call him the Trump of Canada. I don't know why they call him that, but you know, he stands for freedom. He stands for free people. He stands for lower taxes. He stands for a growing economy. He stands for freedom of, you know, whatever your sexual identity is, whatever you want to do in your home privately is up to you. He believes in a free Canada, literally democracy. He believes in the people. At least that's what he's selling. So for that, he has my vote.
It's a beautiful thing about democracy that people, myself included, take for granted. It doesn't matter which way that you swing, let's say left, right, center, or libertarian. America from the 90s went what? Bush, which is right, then Clinton left, then Bush right, then Obama left. So, you know, countries that are either dictatorship or autocracies like Russia, they don't get to move away. You know what I mean? Like people go, "Oh, I'm a liberal or whatever, or I'm left wing or right wing. This sucks that the other guy got in." It's like, no, you're lucky that you're in a country where another guy gets in because it'll swing back. Like this Poilievre guy on paper sounds great and compelling because everybody's had too much of Trudeau, but maybe in 8 years he'll go too far and then they'll have to swing it a little bit back. You know what I mean?
Possible. Yeah, you never know.
That's why I love democracy. Like, it's not perfect. It sucks a lot, but at least you can vote. You know, I'd hate to be in a country where you don't.
No one's been as bad as Trudeau, in my opinion. No one has just look at the numbers of Canada. It has never been in worse shape ever. The amount of crime, the amount of poverty, the amount of the price of housing. I mean, I'm always worried about going downtown. I'm always worried about the people I care about who go downtown and just walk around as women. You're going to get stabbed or they're going to get the R word or, you know, because fucking YouTube will take me down if I say that word. It's just, it's like living in Gotham, kind of. But there is no fucking Batman. It's just
I know what you mean. When I went to San Francisco for the first time in 2015, we had an office when I worked for Curse, the game company. I was going to GDC, the gaming convention. And San Francisco is very liberal. They're very proud of themselves for what they do for people. But it was like The Walking Dead. I was stepping over human refuse, dodging like hobos and stuff, trying to like come at me and hit me up for money and whatever, you know, and I feel bad for them. But the amount of smugness that people still had, you know, 200 yards away at the convention saying that they're so forward thinking, that dichotomy, like the contrast, I was like, this is untenable. Like the class systems just kind of separate until it, you know, you hit breaking point. And I heard Poilievre say something like, there's 2 million people at the food bank, unprecedented numbers of Grand Theft Auto, just insane things. I started getting in a shorts loop. He started get into my shorts because I liked watching him cook people, but he was a lot more level-headed. He just used facts and he didn't kind of take the bait, you know, into getting into what would you call it when people start to insult each other? So he just kept it pretty factual. He's pretty funny though.
Yeah, he's calm. He's calm, and he hits them with facts, and you can't argue against that. I mean, it's like, if you have facts, what are you gonna? Okay, be emotional. Go ahead, but it doesn't change the fact that the facts are the fact.
I think Trudeau came in at a time though where the economy was on an upswing. Everything was on the up and up. So him messing it up, you didn't see how pernicious it was until 3, 4, 5 years. And he had the flair and the razzle dazzle of the drama teacher, as Poilievre says, where he had a good, you know, he was a young, women liked him, a handsome dude, supposedly, like that was charming people. But then the veneer just like dropped. He became more haggard. He became desperate. The things that he was saying, you know, in those debates were just crazy. Like when Poilievre said, hey, didn't you spend X amount of money on a jet to go buy some crazy priced bathtub and jump in it with one of the opponents? And he's like, you know, retract that homophobic stuff. Like that's all he had was just this ad hominem attacks because he had no facts.
Exactly. It's the typical liberal type of, you know, acolyte sort of mentality where, hey, let's not actually try and address what's being presented to me in the question. Let's try to spin it some way where the person presenting the question is racist or homophobic or something like that, because then I can get them on something that is the most important thing in the world when it literally has nothing to do with it. But I would almost argue that they're probably the most racist or homophobic people because it's all they think about. Anything that is anything in life, it always reverts back to that. It's like, what? Why don't we just address the problem or make a good show, or what does it have to do with constantly the color of the skin or who you have sex with? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to me. And I feel like with Poilievre, you asked me what I like about him. Yeah, I think he's the true embodiment of what a liberal is, because liberalism today has become tyrannical. It's become, what's the word?
Oppressive.
Yeah, oppressive. Not inclusive. Authoritarian, not inclusive. Inclusive only if you are a clone of them and you think the certain way that they do to their standards. It's like they have a freaking chalkboard and you have to check all of them, and it's a whole bunch of like pandering bullshit. It's a whole bunch of shit that like everybody wants everyone to live peacefully, including myself. I don't care what you do. I don't care, you know, what your sexual preferences. It doesn't define you. You as a person, how you treat people defines you, right? A good show is what makes me want to watch it, not if the person's black or gay. Fuck do I care? It's another human. Cool. Is it a good character? No? Okay, well, I don't want to watch it. Oh, that makes me a racist now? All right, I guess. Go fuck yourself. And that's kind of like what Canada has literally turned into. It's turned into Twitter. So I think, you know, Poilievre said many times, like, I don't believe in putting people in a box of Republican or liberal. He just has certain set values of allowing people to live freely and democratically, and that resonates with me. I just, you know, want to live freely, want to be left alone, and not be charged tax up my ass if I make money, or have my guns taken away for being a law-abiding citizen. Like, I can go to the range and do target practice, or, you know, walk around downtown with my head on a swivel because there's going to be some some crackhead who probably wasn't a crackhead until he was put on the streets because of all the high taxes, and then now he just wants to shank everybody because he's lost his mind.
Oh, it sucked, dude. I'm sorry. I just imagine a guy jumping out going, ha, theory. And you're like, oh, damn it, I was trying to buy some milk.
Yeah, I would just take out one of my sabers and I'll just
sabers, just duel him. No, the crazy thing is, and I think that you guys will agree, we're all getting this political fatigue and there is a swing in the energy. But like, to me, when I was growing up, my understanding was that like the left were great at spending money on social things, you know, like nurses and education. And the right, in my country, at least Australia, was great at kind of tightening the belt and saving the money. And one would spend us into a deficit and one would get us out. You know what I mean? And that was kind of it. There wasn't this energy, this horrible emotional, like vibrating, like just everybody's so reflexive and you're getting bombarded with the worst people and their opinions on the internet when you open up social media every day, that it's like people have had enough. It's just like, let's go back to how it was. And
that's been my only experience as a 27-year-old. I've only ever seen animosity. I don't remember an era where anything was cordial, because for me, when I was old enough to vote, you know, Twitter was huge already. So I have only ever seen people screaming at each other.
Not great. And people think that's the norm, which is scary, you know? Like, I've got to scream louder than the next person to get my point across. It's just not sustainable or healthy.
I know you guys are
just totally off topic, but I started talking about sabers and my head started spinning. I should go give all the homeless people downtown sabers. Sabers and money.
The local news is going to cook you. There's going to be homeless people whomping people, saying, "Give me your money." With theory sabers. Oh, actually, you'll be there, and you'll be like, "Well, they may have hit that old lady for her purse, but did you see the saber break?" I don't think so.
No, I would say, look, Vancouver. If you really want to protect yourself, you need to equip yourself with a theory saber to fight these Sith lords. So they would have to go. You have to go to theorysabers.com. What can I say? Plug. But it's in the 90s, which that's all I know of of politics is that's when I was born. Politics wasn't so divisive. It was literally, like you said, about kind of the finance aspect of it for the most part. More so traditional conservative values, with the values of what's it called, social liberal. I think that's great. Being a social liberal is fantastic. Everyone lives in peace. Everyone does what they want. Everyone lives the way they want. So long as you don't touch kids or force yourself upon anyone else, and you're a nice person, what do I care?
Something that has frustrated me about politics a great deal is I feel like you really have to dig through layers of just crap and people just yelling at each other to get to the core of what anybody really represents. Like, it's really difficult to find clearly stated positions on things that is not framed as an attack of the other group. And that can be frustrating for me.
You know what I wish, genuinely, that if you say vote for Trump, that so the right wings, and I'm using America because it's a universal example, people get it. If you vote for Trump and he gets in or doesn't, whatever, you as a right winger, don't go after the left. You just hold your candidate accountable for the shit that he says, and then the other people do the same. And we'd live in a perfect world where the people you vote for do what they say they should. And you're not just slinging mud at the other side all the time. It's just focusing on the candidate and making sure that they're keeping they're true to their words and their policies.
Yeah, accountability. There's not a lot of that.
Well, kryptonite for politicians.
Well, even I saw, after I kind of announced just a few days ago, where I stand politically after so many years, once this guy stepped down, there were just a lot of these extreme leftists being like, fuck you and your Trump policies. And I'm like, what? I'm Canadian, dude. What are you even talking about? And then someone commented on my Instagram, being like, you're mega brainwashed. Like, what the fuck, dude? Did you not hear the part where I said, I've shut my mouth about American politics for years because it's not my place? But now that it's Canadian, and some American wants to come in there and say, your mega policies have brainwashed you. I used to follow you. I'm like, what? All right, dude, no problem. It's a typical leftist, extreme leftist way of thinking. You have to agree with me, and if you don't, then I ain't following you anymore. I ain't having anything to do with you. It's all right. Closed mind. No problem. Sheesh. It's very weird. They like put you in a box. And if you're a Trump, you're Polyev, then you're automatically racist and homophobic and this and blah, blah, blah. It's like, man, I just want to live in peace with low taxes, a better economy, less crime, and people living in a democratic government. Like, where do you guys get this from?
It's crazy if you share your political stance with anybody, they instantly think that they've seen the entirety of your life. And
yeah,
it's just not true.
It's weird. It is what it is. We went on a crazy tangent. But I like it. I don't mind it. Chat, do you feel okay with where we went with this?
I enjoyed the part where you're going to give sabers to the homeless. That is the peak.
Could you imagine?
I'm going to be thinking about it for the next week. Oh, no, man, that's such a funny
Would they all get red ones, though? And then
yeah, that's what I mean. Because the
with...
theory would jump out his thing, and he'd have the only green one on the street, and it'd be all coming at him. He's just fighting off waves.
Did you just all red fucking sabers, and then I just arm a whole bunch of people
at night. How
yeah,
scary would that be?
Give me your purse. What? Oh my god!
It's a man bag.
And then I just ignite one with the American flag or the Canadian flag colors, and I just not today.
If there was something that I learned about saber combat is, do you guys remember that short-lived AR? So that's augmented reality game Disney came out with, where you put your phone into a headset and then you can fight like Darth Maul. Do you remember that at all?
I remember this. Yeah, I remember this.
$300. So I was in Australia at the time, and they said, this is after I just got hit by John Williams, and I unlisted a bunch of videos trying to figure out what to do. And they were like, are you a Star Wars guy? Like, put the videos back up. This is weird. And I said, I will. I'm trying to figure this out. And they said, good, because Disney wants you to come to California and be like, create a bespoke, a custom video with the chief engineer and do some saber combat. Long story short, I realized how clunky and uncoordinated I look on camera trying to like a lightsaber is not like a sword. It's not what you think. I know that Samuel L. Jackson, did he tell Ian McDermott that it's more like a wand? But I watched some footage of me trying to swing a saber, and I was like, man, that is clunky as shit. It's not as easy as you think it is to begin with, you know? Can't relate? You just picked it up and you felt the force theory? What's going on?
No, I'm trying to go back in my mind. And like the amount of hours I spent spinning a lightsaber when I was a kid. No, I think I started out like the typical, like, you just do this. And I was like, yeah. And then you eventually start to like learn the weight of it. And then, then you get crazy with it. And you like put it through your fingers and,
I did all that stuff. Like, I had sabers before that, but like on camera is a big dip. Like when I saw myself, I realized that I didn't know. It was very confronting at how bad it looked compared to in my head. Like singing, you hear yourself, you think you're singing well, and then you hear yourself and you're like, ooh, that's so out of key. Like, I look like shit, dude. I look like I don't want to say the R word, Balin's mentally challenged nephew or something. Like, it was not good.
As a kid, I always just tried to swing it harder than my friend. Be like, I'm just gonna break your guard, and then
it's a very, very good topic to cover, Dash, because right now at Theory Sabers we have a tab called Saber School, where literally we give tutorials. 5-point saber duel tutorial for beginners. Hey guys, welcome to Theory Sabers. Today we're gonna be taking. And we just go through like basic stuff. This is the grip switch.
Really good at doing this, the twirl. And you get good with the fingers.
And
that's actually okay. That's really good.
Yeah, we're like how to perform all the time. I mean, we got the man in there himself, Nick, showing us how to do it with a freaking stick.
Really? Oh fuck. So what I was doing. Well, yeah.
Your hands tighter to you.
How?
How to beat off a homeless man with a saber 101.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. So
I would hate to be the homeless guy that went up to Nick.
Nick.
yeah. Anyways.
Or Ray Park.
Oh man.
Oh, dude, they get fucking cooked. But you know, I mean, I would rather go against Ray Park than Nick Gillard. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, good to know.
Well, he taught everybody. He taught everyone how to do everything. Nick,
I thought
Nick
Park was like
Nick
a Shaolin monk, dude. Like
he
was in a cave when he became more. They called him and like, get out of the cave, bro. And he's like, did that cool flip thing.
Well, Nick vouched for him. Nick found him.
The master.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome, dude. That is literally awesome. And what I like about it is that it's a grounded thing. And I don't ever want to put fans down for their fandom because it's like all different flavors. You know what I mean? Like when I play games and I see people use like really over sexualized adult mods, it's not really my flavor, but I don't judge them. But and I relate it to that because when I used to see like Saber schools, sometimes it can be like a little wanky, you know, when they're in the full uniform and they like call me master and shit. I'm like, I'm grown. I'm not doing that, dude. You know what I mean? Like it gets a little bit.
Hey man, sometimes you gotta have fun. Anyways, we're working on this is the first time you guys hear of it. We're working on a dual line. So this is a saber that's specifically just for fighting, dueling, made of stainless steel. It is weighted and calibrated perfectly so that when you hold the middle of it, it's just balanced. We've been in testing for this thing for half a year now, and from the shape, the knurling, I mean, it's pretty amazing. And I have the first prototype downstairs, and then you might have caught a glimpse of me mentioning it in the little script. All right.
Did you see the comment that I saw, Dash?
No,
I'm just imagining him practice like testing it on some poor homeless person. That's how he tests them.
Bro, you first with the Shmee getting banged by the Tuscan Raider, and then being like, I love
I'm crying.
Dick.
Like what talking about? Like what the fuck? The damage output it can do. Imagine some poor guy like eating a sandwich on the side of the road, just vomiting.
It's funny you say that because I just did like a post today. I was being like, "Hey, let me know what I should do next for the destruction test," and I guess I'll go try it on the fucking crackhead, dude. Like it sounds great.
His leg broke before the saber did.
Yeah, well, that's gonna have a whole different slew of videos for sure. But I mean, shit, yeah, no, it's. But anyways, we're working on something for specific for your needs, Dash. So it's gonna feel really good.
Phenomenal.
I want to say in your hands, but it sounds pretty gay.
Like there's no way to not gay it up a little bit, but no, I'll actually look at it because I'm saberless at the moment.
No, I'm gonna send you both one. So when it's ready. Yeah. Shut up. Yeah. Feel free to do a review. We'll put you on the site. We'll should be ready soon. But there's one more thing we're changing, so we're gonna try and make it super customizable. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Yes, that's right.
Been called worse things.
Yeah, for sure. Like a racist for not liking the Acolyte. Anyways, what are we talking about? I guess we can answer super chats. Okay.
Great
Let's do it.
All right. What is today? Thursday? By the way, guys, every saber right now, you get a free one added to the box, a mystery saber. And there's a whole shitload of stuff we're actually releasing in January and February. Is Rossi here? Someone get this to Rossi. If he's in line early enough, there's going to be something he really wants at MegaCon at our booth. And I'm bringing it just for him. So even before we release it online, it's going to be a con exclusive. So if someone can get that message to Rossi, that'd be great. Maybe Tony's in the chat. I saw him earlier. Tony's going to be at the booth too. Ruler 3 is a kick-ass name. What happened to Star Wars Eclipse? They should create. Yeah, I don't know. The game got like canceled or something like that.
That trailer was so good, though. Oh my gosh, that Eclipse trailer
Every
was
Star
like,
Wars game.
Yeah, it was amazing. Amazing. Two shots of vodka became a member. Thank you. Hope you're all doing well. Loving the stream. Thank you, General. Hello there. What up, Corey? What up, B-Man? Says, good evening, gents. Good news theory. I bought my grandma a gold Axion saber for, oh, shit, the new one. For her birthday. She loves it. More dueling vids coming soon. And hello, Dash and Stoops.
Hello there.
that's awesome, man.
What's up, Zachary? What up, Darth Valgus? Ray could have played a great Valkorion. He could have.
He would have been a great
Agreed.
Valkorian.
What up, Goat? What up, Star Wars Infinite? Yo, Theory, any more special guest interviews coming like Paul Duncan? Hope all is well and hope to stop in soon. Yeah, I'd love to. Absolutely. Yeah. If you guys got some suggestions, we'll see where it goes. Big shout out again to Star Wars 99.9. He sent this twice, once with $50, once with 100. We really appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Super generous. Thank you.
Knowing Kathleen, she'll somehow have Rey Palpatine time travel to the past to be the first Jedi to make her even more OP and important, says B-Man99. Yeah, probably. I posted a few videos on TikTok about the real strong women in Star Wars after seeing the Wokalite, Mara Jade, Ahsoka, Jaina Solo, Leia, etc. Yeah, it's so funny how a lot of Acolyte fans who have never actually watched Star Wars, most of them, I would say, want to say that people don't like the Acolyte because there's women in it, when if you just do a little bit of research, there's actually a beloved sect of the fandom, a sect of the fandom that loves a lot of the strong women in Star Wars. But
there's lots to choose from too. Jaina Solo, Lumaya. I mean, that's just NJO. Mara Jade.
My favorite of all time. Favorite character of all time, Kreia. Just
Kreia's
unbeatable.
She's insane.
That's
literally and as a
peak,
character.
Yeah, peak writing.
Peak insanity.
I don't think Skelly Crew feels like Star Wars. Oh, I def think it feels like Star Wars. So Star Wars Infinite. George Lucas preached keeping children in mind, and Skelly does that, in my opinion. Just bad timing and bad advertising. It is bad timing, for sure. And they got to be careful because they should know now that every shitty show they make, the next show is going to suffer, or it'll do well. Love You Theory, been watching since 5,000 subscribers. Thank you, Clario. Also love to dash and wave. I'm going to try and fly out for the Vader premiere. I'm from Nanaimo. Lots of love. Oh, right on.
Cheers,
It'll be
man.
amazing. Yeah, it'd be amazing.
Where does Nanaimo from? Sorry,
well,
anyone know?
If it's our Nanaimo, I mean, he's like an hour away. Not even.
Oh, shoot.
But there's other cities named Nanaimo, so I don't know. Worm. Why the hell does Disney invest in screwing up with their original crap when there are such great stories at their fingertips with the comic content? Have they forgotten their past? Yeah, it's like they've forgotten their past, but then you also get guys like James Mangold who are like, I don't want to stick to the lore because I want to do my own thing.
Can you imagine if the Batman director said that before like a movie? He was like, I don't want to honor any of the Batman lore. I'm just going to do my own thing.
It's the irony is not lost to me that James Mangold, who made arguably one of the greatest Marvel movies being Logan, which is highly derivative of the comic book Old Man Logan, like,
yep,
praise the source material, bro. You've done it once. Just anyway,
his Indiana Jones. I love Logan. I think Logan might be the best Marvel movie, but his Indiana Jones movie was so disappointing. I don't know if either of you guys saw that.
Didn't see it.
I saw it specifically because he was doing Dawn of the Jedi in part, and because I was a huge fan of him because I love Logan so much. But that movie was really disappointing.
Never heard of them. Mando season 3 originally had Jack Black as a pirate and a antagonist of Mando. Of course, Kathy stepped in and did massive rewrites, just like Boba Fett. Yeah, of course she did. She ruins everything. 33 is a play on Mr. Smee from Peter Pan.
That's amazing. That is my favorite fact. Do you remember Bob Hoskins from the Robin Williams led Hook, and he plays against Dustin Hoffman? Remember Smee when Captain Hook says he's going to kill himself and Smee has to stop him? That was one of the greatest scenes in any movie of all time. I'm so happy. You don't remember that?
No, in Hook?
In Hook literally threatens to kill himself because he's so depressed, and Smee stops, and it's so funny. Even as an adult, I watched it like 3 months ago and laughed my ass off at how bleak it was. Like they put it in a kid's film, you know, because he's like, not again, because the captain clearly just keeps pretending like he's a drama queen and pretends he's going to off himself, and Smee has to run and save him every time.
Mr. Smee.
Phenomenal. That's great crossover.
That's funny. But is that actually confirmed, or is it just like a fan theory? I've seen it a few times.
Oh, I'm sure that's intentional.
Thank you, Amadou. Gotta go, but just want to say hi, fellas. What up, Kane? One more episode left, the Skeleton Crew, and I've barely seen any skeletons. What the F? What up, Nick? Nick's one of our customer service guys. He's a homie of mine, and he also runs Comic Theory. If you didn't know, I have a channel that just covers comics, like DC, Marvel, any other sort of pop culture thing. And kind of like Stupendous Wave's Marvelous Wave channel.
Wow. So how does that happen? I don't know if you want to go into a sidebar about this.
Yeah,
but, I saw that you got like, congratulations. What was it? 800,000 subs on Harry Potter? 700?
Yeah. Harry Potter just passed 700,000 subs. Yeah.
And
Jeez,
you got a really
job.
you got a really strong guy that does his own narration, but I expected to hear your voice because you did some videos back in the day. Do you
back in the day, yeah.
Bump into people and like, we get along, we should make a channel together?
No, Silas, I've known Silas, I think, over 15 years now. He's a friend of mine. And we've both loved Harry Potter, and I was like, look, I want to make a Harry Potter channel, but I don't have as much time. And this was back in 2018, something like that. And I was like, I could show you the ways of the Force, and see how it goes. And dude, he just runs that whole channel.
So do you still have access? Because like that takes, for people who haven't created YouTube channels before, there's back end where you give people different levels, like they can have full access or they can be an editor or something, but like it's very dangerous to, like or even in business, if somebody has a differing vision over time, he could just be like, fuck you, Theory, I've got the password, goodbye. Like things can happen.
No, he does. No, he pretty much does. He does have a different vision for it, and that's what I wanted. I wanted him to make his own sort of channel, but with, in the beginning with my guidance, and then he does his own spin on it, and he's done an amazing job. And,
phenomenal. That's rare. That's really rare to, that to happen. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, I've had my licks too. I've had really bad experiences, really, really horrible experiences. Guys, taking over $100,000 and filing for bankruptcy and running away and things like that. And I just, it's nice when sometimes things work out. They don't often do, but it's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that has the back end access to either of the channels. I just don't give that.
Yeah,
it's just I'm with Dash.
Trusting people with creatives, it can. I've had things go wrong. Everybody has, so it's kind of wholesome to see when it goes right.
Yeah, it's rare.
Years, but I watched Charisma on Command. Anyway, and the guy that ran it, you remember those videos from back in the day? Came back and just talked about his best friend of 20 years. They were inseparable. Had a huge falling out over the business and money and thing. And I'm just like, that's the saddest. Money comes and goes, but friendship, like. These things can go pear-shaped. So it's, big up to you guys.
No, definitely. And money can definitely get in the way of a lot of friendships and things. Because, especially when you have your own vision of something. And let's say, someone else has their own vision of how they want to run something, that can really clash. And then if there's money involved, it makes it even more sensitive. And so, with Harry Potter Theory, like me and Silas were like, look, man, we're always going to be friends. We're not ever going to let anything come in between. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a really back seat to this, and I'm going to be like an advisor whenever, not that he needs it. And then I still have a stake in the channel, of course, and it still is under the Theory line. It still is under the Theory brand and umbrella. But for the most part, that's all him. So, and we're still friends to this day. Like I literally was just talking to him, I don't know, half an hour before we went on stream. We're just
amazing.
regular friends.
Like,
That's great.
also, your knowledge is kind of invaluable, which is funny. One time I was talking to you, this is probably a couple of years ago, and you said, what do you think of this thumbnail? And I didn't want to give you my opinion, and it wasn't because I was being a dick. It's because I was like, you literally the biggest Star Wars dude in the game. Clearly, you know more about thumbnails than me. So I don't. It's like giving you, a subpar thumbnail versus what you'd come up with.
This is funny because that's what everyone thinks. Everyone thinks I have like some formula or whatever. I don't.
Don't listen to it. Don't. This is all. Yeah. He's got like a little red playbook and he just hides it.
No, man. And this is what so many people don't understand is that when I started the channel, like some videos did well because of the algorithm, because things were hot. But then there were videos I would spend fucking hours on and they would perform horribly. We're talking like sub 1,000 views. And I'd spend so much time on them. And you and I were talking about this on the bus in Germany. And
I
remember
mentioning
mentioning
Germany for context for people. We were. It's
for Gamecom.
it sounds weird. Yeah.
Gamescom or whatever. But back when
Deutschland.
Back when EA liked us. Or like
Cologne. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, but then then there's that like one video like Mr. Bones or whatever that like blew up to like 1 million or 2 million views and you wouldn't even expect it. Or like a news video where you cover an article and you literally just point and shoot. You don't even edit anything. And it does well.
Yeah. And it hurts your heart when you spend I've spent 2 weeks on a video I'm so proud of, and it's for me, and it clearly is for me, and I can't accept it. It comes out and nobody watches it. I'm like, God damn it. I wish, and then you do, like you say, just some update thing that's currently trending and it takes you 6 hours and you're like, really? The other funny thing is when we got off the bus in Germany, I was talking to Theory and I was bullshitting and I was standing on the road and the bus was coming and it nearly hit me. And Theory was like, dude, that bus would have like fucking killed you, man. And I was like, I could have taken it, but I would have died. I nearly died, but I was like, I reckon I could, I couldn't have. It would have just, yeah.
Going back to you talking about you knowing the guy beforehand, a lot of the times I struggle with like branching out in friendships versus business, because the people that I work with, it all stemmed from having a YouTube channel to begin with. They weren't prior friendships. So they originate with business in mind. And I think that makes things a little more complex. But it's crazy that you had a friend that together you were able to build another successful channel that was just based on knowledge and it didn't stem from YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know, but it's like, I've obviously I'm doing something right. Like there's all these awards and shit of my different channels, and there's so many more that aren't on the wall of like Harry Potter Theory Espanol and Star Wars Theory Espanol and like some of the other ones, but I don't know. I could probably start like a course, like one of those fucking business courses or whatever that people do. How to start a successful
rich. Yeah, and how to do YouTube, and they make all their money from the course, not
from
actually
the course. Yeah. And they don't actually, and you look at their YouTube channel, and it's like, why is your YouTube channel shit? Why do you have no views?
Yeah,
it's like because they don't know what they're talking about. They're good at tricking people, in my opinion.
Well, that was a problem I had with like the YouTube person they assigned me with, was they just forced shorts on me, and it was like, I don't want to make shorts. I want to make something else. And do you have any advice for the type of content that I make? And it was basically like, no, make more shorts.
Yeah. Well, they want to compete with TikTok.
Yeah.
But TikTok's
So
getting banned now. The US announced they're shutting it down July 19th.
How do you guys feel about that?
Oh, I shouldn't have celebrated the only reason, and I feel for anybody who likes TikTok or who creates there, I am only celebrating is because everybody will come over to YouTube, which it's my preferred platform. I genuinely, I actually feel bad because some people prefer TikTok and that's for you. But yeah, I was just excited to think of all the people coming back to YouTube. They're probably going to dump more money into shorts now anyway to get all the TikTokers over. What do you guys think?
Probably.
That didn't even cross my mind.
Yeah.
Well, like Vine, remember Logan Paul? He was a Viner, and all those Viners blew up on
Yeah.
YouTube because they lured them over after Vine shut down.
Well, the YouTube is the toughest platform to get successful on, and there's a reason for that. TikTok is the easiest platform to get followers on. And there's a reason for that. YouTube also pays the most out of every single platform out there. And there's a reason for that. So, I know a lot of people have their career on TikTok, and I hope it stays up for them, and so they can continue their life. As for me, I don't use TikTok really. I mean, I upload some stuff on there. I think I got shadow banned a long time ago, to be honest. But I scroll TikTok a lot. I think it's like it's so fun to just scroll on there when I'm eating food or just mindlessly like doing nothing. It's a real time waster, but it's enjoyable.
Doom scrolling is very enjoyable. People don't talk about how fun it is, but when you go down a rabbit hole, it can be extremely enjoyable, but it also is super detrimental on stuff like attention span, and I'm sure it can't be good for a lot of kids.
No, I mean,
and corrosive for productivity,
for sure.
Right.
I've got an app on my phone called Zen where I stops me for 30 seconds from opening social media because I find they say it's the novelty gene, like it's your little ADD 1 minute fix. But the thing other than that is kind of, I'm just like, are you serious? Is that YouTube and TikTok as well, I believe, have gone from the shorts gone from a minute to I've seen one that's 4 or 9 minute. I'm like, why is it called a short? It's just a vertical long video. What are we? It's not what it was intended for anymore. It's just bullshit. Anyway.
Yeah. No. But if you want my actual opinion of TikTok as a platform, it caters to people who, if you want someone to be really invested in you, in your brand, in your videos, then you want long form because, if someone's going to give you a longer amount of their time, they're going to be more invested in you. They're going to find you more valuable. Time is the most important thing we have in life. And if so, TikTok is just a very fast to the point. You're skipping so much shit. It's very commercialized, and it's meant to keep you there for a certain amount of time and to retain as much information in the quickest amount of time. It's not as real. Nobody on TikTok, there's so many jump cuts, there's so much editing. It's a different form of content. I'm a little more old school. I like the style of just, watching, a YouTube video and actual kind of getting to know the person and not so many quick cuts to keep the person engaged and be all commercialized in that sense. But it has its place. I don't think it's comparable to YouTube. I think YouTube is by far the most valuable platform out there. And I think if you were to create a fandom of 1 million followers on TikTok versus 1 million subscribers on YouTube, it's not the same at all. It's completely different. The loyalty on subscribers on YouTube is leaps and bounds more than that on TikTok.
We were saying this pre-stream, the era of authenticity due to the fact AI is incoming and it's going to take over, and the tools to make easy media and the AI voices that you spanned with, especially on shorts. Anytime I hear an AI voice that's like, have you heard about this actor in a movie and their controversy? Watch to the end of it. And I'm scroll away.
Yeah.
I think the two things is we spoke about how important the connection is, the personal connection is going to be in the future, and how you've got ahead of us theory because you have kind of weathered that. But I think your personal superpower, if I may divine this from the Force itself, is that we also spoke pre-stream that you said that you weren't a popular kid, so you learned how to take criticism. And Stoops and I have spoken about this. I'm not throwing him under the bus, but I'm sorry, Stoops. We're more sensitive to it a little bit than you are. And I think your superpower is that you're true to yourself. You don't sit there and think about how's this going to affect me or what have I got to do? Like you just keep making the content you love and you never stop. And if you've ever done a YouTube course, because I was doing this professionally for a gaming company for a while and I was trying to get better. All they tell you to do is to react to the audience, to react to trends, not listen to yourself or your heart. And it's so counterintuitive over time because you become a puppet because you're just looking and reacting versus creating. And I think that that, as I said, that's the edge that you have. Everybody wonders what you're doing, and it's not the thumbnails or anything. It's the authenticity where you've remained constantly. You can take that beat down from people. A million people can say you're shit and you're horrible and racist. You're going to hit a hobo with a saber, but at the end of the day, no, you know what I mean. Yeah, you know what I mean. Can you speak to that, Stoops?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, I care what people think about me. I think that's a very human thing, and it is a power to be able to push through that. But I think it's something that can be learned. I think it's something that can be mastered and takes a lot of time. And I think we all try to work through that and try to be stronger. What are we laughing at?
The comment, the Hobo Slayer 9000.
I'll buy that.
I might actually name it that, to be honest.
That's a perfect name.
That would be hilarious and probably get me canceled, which would just advertise the saber even more. I might actually call it that. Shout out Jake James Lugo, the Hobo Slayer. Is that you who said that? Is that you were the first one, Jake? That's hilarious. That's amazing. The Hobo Slayer 9000. We got the Youngling Slayer. We got the Hobo Slayer 9000. I have to go give a saber to a homeless guy and probably put like a whole bunch of cash in there too.
That's a really good idea.
That would be hilarious. It would probably make his day. And then maybe you see it on the news being like, homeless man in downtown Vancouver raids store with a lightsaber. Oddly, he was using the color green, which I don't think really matched his personality.
Yeah, as Trudeau's last official order as PM, he's kicking Theory out of Canada.
Yeah, hey, go ahead, man. Go ahead. If it wasn't for the Vader fan film, I would have been already in the States. I would have had like some nice condo in Miami or some piece of land in Montana or something like that.
Out in Dallas in the Palace. How come you got to stay in Canada? Oh, because the tax system will just screw you. You step over the border and it's like ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Well, yeah, but then I would have to pay taxes in both countries too. Which, I mean, there's ways around that kind of in a sense, whereas one, might find help with, let's say I get a place there and I use it as like just for filming, Actually, that's one of the things we want to do is we want to get a warehouse in Florida in 25. We've been looking at some giant, like dope complexes, which would have like a myriad of different things. We would ship to the States then, from Florida. We would have like studios in there. I know Kyberphonic would want a studio in there. I would want a studio in there. We would have a room where we just do. I'm giving away all my ideas now. Last time I did that in 2020, I announced Theory Sabers was going to be the company name. It didn't work out so well. So
someone get the domain.
No, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut for the most part now until stuff is actually ready to announce and it's done.
Let's talk off the stream, Stoops. You and I can get in before he does. We get our own apartment complex. He'll show up. He'll be like, "What are you guys
I'm already
doing
here. I'm already in Florida.
Just close the door
out right now.
Join me, and together we can rule the Saber Galaxy." Yeah. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Oh yeah, about the thing you brought up with hate or whatever. Fuck, I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh well, whatever.
It's not so much about hate. It's just like reacting to things. Just being reactionary with content. You know, you can go too far and not make it for yourself. Like you said, you've made videos that are just for you and they don't always pan out. But some, you know what I mean? Like you have to, like Stoops and I both said before we joined this that we want to become more personal. Because you train yourself to put on the law voice, you train yourself to read and stuff, and it takes you away from your core without you even knowing. And then Stoops and I both said, I'm throwing you under the bus, dudes. I'm so sorry that we loved the podcast because I'm not filming myself and cussing myself out in my head because I'm editing the video in my head and I'm on my fourth take. Like this is just pure Stoops and pure, but you know what I mean? Like it really. It's such a bizarre problem to have.
I just want to be able to make content about my specific overarching opinions about Star Wars and move beyond just the lore. And I feel like it's way more valuable when there's a face and an emotion behind your opinion. It's not just, I'm not giving information anymore that's pre-existing or explaining it. I'm giving you my thoughts.
Agreed.
I don't know. I think if you take out, I think people are so fearful, and content creators today, a lot of them really aren't creative. I don't think, and I really don't think a lot of them have talent, and a lot of them, I don't think they really know what they're talking about.
And they're Australian.
Wait, and they're Canadian. So which leaves room for them to climb the ladder. Because it's hard to grow as a content creator. It's really difficult. Look how many people want to make money off YouTube for the right or wrong reasons. And so I think, a lot of them just become paid out shills because then they get invited to all these events and shit. And they think that that's going to get them some sort of like, no, you're just being used. Like, you got to understand, like, you're just being fucking used by these companies.
And we've talked about this before, man, but they're forming content around like being negative about other content creators, being like engaging with things on Twitter or making direct videos, which was not a thing when the three of us made our channels. Like it wasn't targeting another creator, be it on the platform or on a different platform, was just something that just did not happen. It was one of those unwritten rules. Like, you don't do that. We're all in the same space. But now it's like the Wild West, where that's an aspect of growth that was not there when it started.
No, there wasn't a thing. We would all just talk about Star Wars. And then it turned into like just kind of like shitting on me.
Yeah.
I mean, call it out for what it is, dude. Like, for real. Like, it just turned into that. And it's like, I get it. It's easy. It's easy views because, talk about me, you get views. Talk about anything else, you don't get views. I get it. I've seen it. I've been around it for 9 years. And I've noticed the numbers of people that talk about me versus when they don't. And it's like, I can see why they keep going back to that. And it's just, it's like, we didn't get to where we are by talking about people. We got to where we are by talking about Star Wars.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, I don't know why they will engage, because there's a level they're turning in their reputation essentially for just quick views and quick cash initially. Where if you just stayed in your lane and focused on your job, like you don't have to do that.
Well, yeah, but that it's low hanging fruit. It's the dark side. It's the quick and easy.
It is the dark side,
but it ultimately ends badly.
Yeah, it's House of Cards. But it's funny because, just because we've been here so long, we know the pitfalls. But when you're in it and you're seeing all the things and stuff, a lot of the time you can be tricked, Like I said, that one superpower that you had was obviously getting bullied or not being popular, so that like when it happened in real time, you're probably the one dude that could just take the shitstorm over and over. What'd you say, every year or two, they just come for you and you're like, yeah, man, you're like just smoke in your mouth. You're like, let's do it, boys. I'm ready.
Yeah, usually like every few years there's like a big one. The main one was the Pablo one, and then the Explained one. And And then when I had that interview with that psychologist where they literally pinned me saying nothing, as if I said women don't belong in Star Wars when I never said that. But the mob literally just lied and all banded together to try and spin some narrative.
Well, the mob
Ultimately,
doesn't want context ever. It wants the 3-second clip, and that's it.
well, there is no clip. There was no clip. And when you ask
Don't
them
want the
for-
headline.
There you go. That's
It's
even
not even a
worse.
clip. It's just a headline. You know,
right, yeah. And like I said, like the Vader fan film is my number one priority. Otherwise, I would have sued the absolute shit out of all of these fuckers. But it's expensive suing people, and
who wants to go through that? The energy. It's
Yeah.
you know, if it really comes down to it, I will pause everything to make an example out of somebody, for sure. But just because I'm that petty, I'm that vindictive, and if you push me that much, I'll pause everything I'm doing and put everything on hold just to fucking fuck you up legally. But I try to take the Qui-Gon approach and look for what am I here for? Am I here for that, or am I here to continue my passions and my goals and my dreams and grow what I want to grow? And fuck it. It's like, what you were saying earlier about Marcus Aurelius. Or down to the simple quote that dogs will bark at moving wagons. The point is you're moving. So that's my thought on that. But yeah, being bullied as a kid, for sure, I think it probably, I don't know if it gave me thick skin, but it gave me like, well, you're never going to change their opinion, so might as well just keep being you. Because I went through the phase of like trying to be liked and trying to be accepted and trying to be somebody else when I was a kid to be popular, and you end up just not being you, and you're just not into it, and you're like, this is not me.
Yeah, but it's not like we all went through it. Whatever happened with Star Wars, even not just as a YouTube creator, just like when I started Dash Star and I was just talking about, what's upcoming and what I'm excited about and the EU and what I love. Everybody, as you guys will remember, the energy was so awesome. It was like this fever pitch celebration, a chorus. It was like
It was beautiful.
the end of episode 1. It was all happy. So it felt like a huge kick in the teeth, probably around the time of the Last Jedi, that I wasn't prepared for. And I'm sure the fandom wasn't prepared for, where suddenly the fans who didn't like what was happening were toxic. You were evil. And you were like,
yeah,
this thing that is so integral to like my passion, hobby, part of my life, it's a effing, I don't know why I don't say fucking, it's a religion, for God's sake. Like, for people, literally, what other fandom has a religion based around on it? To have that taken like away and be smeared and stuff, it was just, I'm not going to flog a dead horse, but it was it was a crazy time. Like, don't you think? It was such a 180, and we're still not on the other end of it with content. Like, we're kind of coming there, but like we're waiting for the upswing, and now we're all talking about the fans creating their own content because
Luke Skywalker was too big of a character to mess up. That I am going to kick this horse till I'm dead. Like, he is too precious to me, and that movie just destroyed everything that I loved about Luke. So I'm going to kick that horse every chance I get, because it just took one of the best things in all of Star Wars and just said, nope.
It illegitimized his entire arc up to, with the original trilogy where he ran away. There's no conceivable, they would have to come up with the most insane reason that he left. There was theories before the movie came out that he actually became too powerful. The Force was consuming him light and dark and he couldn't control it. I thought that's a good one. That staying away, trying to temper himself or trying to find an answer, not just being an angry curmudgeon drinking the blue tit milk and forgetting the galaxy with such bizarre caretakers of that island. None of it was like stupid. Ugh. Like, wasn't even a good archive. But I digress. Yeah, it just shit on every value the character had, and even Mark Hamill said it before they put a muzzle on him. Where the Jake Skywalker thing. Well, it's baffling. It's truly baffling that they thought that was the route to go.
this drove me absolutely mad because they did this story in Legends with Luke already. The moment where he has to face a member of his family has fallen to the dark side. That happens in Legends when Jason Solo turns into Darth Kaitis and he kills Mara Jade. Luke thinks that Lumaya is the one that killed her for the longest time, and Luke ends up getting angry and killing Lumaya. And it's only after he realizes that he's gone too far that he says, I can't fight Jason. He means too much to me. I love him too much. And if I loved Mara too much, and I would be fighting as a husband and as an uncle and not as a Jedi. And that's the decision that the real Luke would make. And he hands it over to Jaina and says, you are capable of doing this as a Jedi. I cannot. Which is exactly what the Rey character was supposed to be. Like, it's there, just way better.
I like Disney's version was like he walks into the heart and Ben or Kylo Ren like farts in his sleep. He's like, oh, disgusting, kill it. He's just like straight away. He's like, you're done, son. It's like, what? What? You saw the dark side? He had a dark
Luke
thought.
would never do that.
Oh.
He would never turn his lightsaber on to kill his nephew. He would never do that.
You know, we were talking last week about the dark side, and you said how it doesn't have a gradual effects. Like you can use the dark side and it not affect you, which is arguable, but that's obviously why Star Wars is beautiful. Wasn't it Lumaya who said to Jason Solo to turn him? She was like, oh yeah, there's this dude named like Darth
Vectivus.
Mundane businessman, and
Vectivus.
He used the dark side. He had a great family. He ran his business. He kept to himself, and then he died. And Jason was like, "You had me at Darth businessman. Like, let's go." That's how she turned him. Nothing happened, and he's like, "Nothing's gonna happen. I'm gonna be immortal." No, slow walk into this.
Jason's a better character too, because he turns because of like terrible visions that he's getting of like evil destroying the galaxy and his daughter dying. And that just segues perfectly into Abeloth. And it makes Jason a super tragic character with the self-fulfilling prophecy of he weakens the galaxy to the point where Abeloth can then, wreak havoc. And so the thing that he was trying to prevent, he ultimately caused. And why Darth Kaitis is so interesting and why I think he's far better than Kylo Ren is that at the end of his story, he chooses not to embrace the light side. He stays the dark path, because he embraced it full-heartedly, philosophically, and it's just so tragic. And that would have complemented the original trilogy so well if they did anything similar to that.
They said, didn't JJ, you saw those interviews where Adam Driver said, I was doing the opposite arc of Vader, where Vader, gets turned by his son's love. Kylo would actually falter in the first one and be more light side and like slowly, gradually decline into peak dark side. I actually liked
So did I. I thought that was great.
Yeah, he didn't have the anchor as well as like a daughter, something like Kaitis having something so strong that you were willing to give yourself up. I think that's so integral than just, I want to be Vader's, whip me daddy to Snoke, whoever the hell Snoke is. Like,
exactly. Yeah, Kaitis didn't turn for those reasons. He turned because he thought that he would be the best ruling force in the galaxy. He didn't turn because he was upset for any like familial reason or because somebody said something to him. He changed because his heart changed.
That was the Revan thing, right? Revan, he didn't fall. He he willingly turned because he knew that we had to become to save people, like, the greater good, which is, it's crazy because Yoda says when Luke goes to Cloud City, like, if you save your friends, you can do more harm to people than you ever would. Like, you have to learn to sacrifice the few to save the many. And when you think about it, Calrissian was more Jedi than Luke. Calrissian's like, yeah, I knew Solo from back in the day, and he's my mate, but I've got a city to look after. I have to give him up. I don't want to, but that's a more Jedi decision, which is ironic, obviously. But these types of things, the morally questionable things where you go, who's in the right? I love those ones.
It's all
with Ben Solo. Yeah, exactly. But with Kylo Ren, who I think is really good in the first film, especially,
Oh, him getting
but
his ass
he just
kicked, even if he's wounded, that's the one thing where I'm like,
you didn't
come
like
on.
that? Yeah, Luke should have been there in that
It is
last
bullshit,
fight.
and it's only because she's a girl that they did that.
She never got hurt. I actually predicted, I thought the only way they're selling me Daisy Ridley, because remember, Luke first gets beat up in the cantina, then
Oh
he gets
yeah,
his
he gets
hand
his
cut
ass
off,
kicked.
and shows the growth. I thought this character's got no growth. Obviously, Mary Sue. And just for people to remember, a dude at like Google wrote an article back then saying Razor Mary Sue and got fired and canceled and like his life turned upside down. That's how
Yeah.
dangerous it was to speak out against it. Like there was a real
Welcome to Canada, baby. That's what it's like.
there's a cost. I thought, well, the hand's been done. At least chop a leg off. Women, people like women's legs. Maybe like chops. Like let's carve her up a little bit. That's how messed up I am. Because I thought there has to be a cost. She has to pay a toll for falling. And what did she get?
She has to learn. She has to fail and learn.
She got. Was it Snoke in the throne room? She gets hit in the head with a saber. I shouldn't have punched myself. Immediately regret that. She gets hit in the head with a saber. And I was like, what? What?
What
was
your guys' reaction when like Snoke died? Like, how did you feel? Because I had the deepest, like my heart sank to the floor. And I was like, I cannot believe that they did that.
So this is, I think, one reason why my channel was so successful. It should have been called Star Wars Cope, because I was trying to cope so hard with what they were doing, thinking that Lucasfilm has this grand plan and they know what they're doing and they respect the lore and franchise, that I was literally coming up with theories to fill in the holes that they were creating.
Yes.
So I'm like, no. Snoke's not dead. No, he was a vision of himself, or he cloned himself. He mastered the cloning facility because they mentioned it in episode 7, or he was just an apparition, or it wasn't the real him, or he's just transferred his essence now into someone else. There's a lot of great theories out of it, but I mean, sadly, they were better than the actual what the writers and directors got paid tens of millions to do.
The irony that they got those Snoke Theory sucks stickers when they were better than the actual.
Oh, fuck him. They were better than anything he could have ever created
so
in
much
fucking
better.
sleep. He could have taken a high dose of shrooms and he still wouldn't have had any ounce of a theory as good as any of us YouTubers.
Yeah.
Case in point, because of what was in the film.
I was telling Stoops that I came out with some crazy, because you just were like meditating on it. I was like, okay, what's the most powerful force that could make Kylo or like Luke run? I'm like, well, what if Snoke was like a dark side layer? Now, this is stupid and crazy, but I was like, what if she was burned up and she's apprenticed to her son? And that's, with the big reveal is that she's all jacked up, but she's wearing like, the Sith camouflage anyway, it's a bad theory, but like that's the levels I was going to try and cope, as you say, to be like, this has got to be like Lucasfilm.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had an episode 9 plot written out before 8 came out because I was that convinced they were going to go this way. And I had the story team had said that they had threads and tapestries and they weave them together. And I wholeheartedly believed they had a plan. So I started to look like Mel Gibson in what's that movie, Conspiracy Theory? Like I'm putting them all together. And I met that dude, one of the story team, and he was like, wanted to talk about my theories. He's like, I saw your theory thing and, thanks for shouting us out. And I was like, oh yeah, cool. Cause you got all this figured out, right? Right. They're like, oh yeah.
Yeah,
nothing.
of course.
They didn't even have a plan.
How do you guys feel about the fact that they basically put out all this false information about these characters that they later backtracked, and then they used that to say like your theories are terrible? Like the fact that Snoke saw the rise and the fall of the Republic.
Andy Serkis was doing a press tour on
write-ups.
Andy Serkis was saying he's thousands of years, he's seen it all. Yep. He's an ancient force more powerful than Palpatine. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to annex this into things. Clearly, there's something,
nothing. None of that factored into it whatsoever. All of these things like, oh, he's old, he's more powerful, he's beyond the Sith. All things that were like officially written about that they were like, no, never mind. Forget all of that.
Yeah.
It's like, no wonder in in hindsight, it's small because now they announce entire damn movies and backtrack. It's like, of course they would backtrack a sentence in an article, but at the time, it's like you have faith in them.
You ever see that interview where Kennedy's with Lucas and she's like, I'm going to honor your stories. And he's like, I've given him a treatment for 789. She's like, I'm definitely not going to wipe my ass with that when you leave. And he's like, what? And she's like, nothing. Oh,
Yeah.
brutal.
Yeah. They literally bought those so that nobody could ever use them or say anything about them because they're Disney property now.
That's the worst part about that whole purchase and acquisition is that Lucas was looked in the eye and told that he was going to be honored and that his stories and characters were going to be honored.
He knew on some level with that slip where
of course he knew. You can see it on his face.
I've sold it to white slavers. That is the worst thing to say about, like, imagine if you sold your car tomorrow and you're like, I just sold that car to white slavers. People
literally.
Like, why would you deal with these people? Do you need that money so bad?
Was like how he was talking about it was his children. He's like, they were your children. He's like, yeah. It's like, they were your children and you sold them. He's like, yeah. Sold them to white slavers. It's like, and then he laughed because he was like, fuck, I kind of went too far with that.
Yeah, messed up. That's a meme. He just in the back of his head. He went, that's never going to end.
Yeah, it was that awkward laugh where it was like, It's like, well, yeah.
Because the truth came out.
Yeah, the truth came out, man.
You know what peak George Lucas is? That clip where, have you ever seen where Seth Green's with him and the other writers in the room when he was still Fun Lucas? And they're like, you created Mara Jade. And he's like, I never said that. And double slaps the dude. But he actually like fully, that's peak Lucas.
Yeah. When does Trump take office?
20th.
20th. So 11 days.
Day after TikTok gets banned, apparently.
He's trying to save it, apparently, from what I heard.
Interesting.
Yeah, because he like attributes a lot of his, a lot of the polls to TikTokers, or to TikTok, like circulating his stuff.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually.
So he's trying to save it.
No wonder it's going away the day before.
Dude, I was gonna go into LA like any day now, and like I'm so sorry to see what's happened to it. I hope everyone's okay.
Yeah, for real.
Brutal. Yeah.
It looks awful out there.
I love California. It's
I got family out there, so not around LA, but in California. So
yeah, I've been getting lots of like updates from friends that live there, and it's scary.
Yeah, I had a friend send me some video, and it's just like that looks like an apocalyptic movie. It's so scary when it comes to how quick, especially because it's so dry. Just
literally look at this. This popped up when I went to post the thing. Oh shit. What the hell? Here we go. Elon Musk posted this. Was it yesterday? It has 91 million views.
That's heartbreaking.
It looks like a freaking movie.
Yeah, people say, "Oh, I'd love to live in the Fallout." Yeah, the Fallout universe. I'm like, no, that's it, dude. You do not like that. You don't wish it on your worst enemy.
This is like what happened to Maui just recently.
It does look just like an apocalypse movie. That's so awful. Oh my gosh.
Speaking of which, there's probably some opportunistic TikToker or YouTuber, trying to film themselves in there, which is a horrible thought.
Yeah.
People are saying the aerial view of the city is way worse than even that.
Aerial view. There's an aerial view? Wow.
There's a shot, and it's at the grid, but it's just burnt down. And it looks crazy. Couldn't happen to a more beautiful area too. It's
Bro, what? They're all sitting next to each other? What's the deal? The way Kamala looked back
Is that
after
at
they
Jimmy
started
Carter's
talking to
funeral
each
or
other
something?
is taking me out. I don't know where this is.
I think it is Jimmy Carter's funeral.
I wonder what he said to him. Donald, you're sitting on my head. He's like, I know.
I just think he probably was like, she's mad. They just giggled.
Whatever.
Sometimes I think that they're all friends behind scenes because none of them ever go to jail. They always accuse each other. None of them ever get convicted. It's always you did this, you did that. But then you see them in these groups together and they're so cordial. And I know they have to be, but there's a part of me is like, it's just a two-class system. We're not in it. All the goodies they have, they tell us that there's
I don't think so. I don't think they're friends.
No, I don't think so either. I think they hate each other. But I think that in moments like that, you
have to be professional.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
You ever run into someone you don't like at like a wedding or something, and it's just like, oh,
never been to a wedding.
You're a lucky man. As nice and as a beautiful day it is, it's. I'll tell you a great story. I went to this, and it's only I enjoy it. I went to this really swanky wedding of like friends in Orange County, California. And it was the swankiest wedding ever. When people get so rich and stuff, it's weird to be around because they do weird stuff. Like they have this, $1 million thing and then they put In-N-Out burger at the end because they think it's like kitchen fun and whatever. But anyway, they had the reception and I'm in a 3-piece suit in like 100-degree weather because it's California in the middle of summer, 3-piece suit, and I'm sweating. And I'm sitting next to this dude in a clear tent. And the bride and the groom were late. And it is probably 130 degrees in this tent. I am magnified and cooking. And I'm sitting next to one of the Velcro straps on the side of the tent. And the dude leans over to me and he goes, and it's dead quiet because we're waiting and they're about to walk down. Like they show up and he goes, dude, get some air in here. I'm dying. And I go, fuck. Everybody hears it. And everybody looks at me and I freeze dead and this little lick of air is still coming through. And he leans over to me again and goes, don't tease me. Oh, so fun.
What a weirdo.
Definitely never been to a wedding like that.
No, I've been invited to a lot of weddings. I just never went. Never went there.
They're fine.
I get a lot of a lot of fans actually send their wedding invitations to me. I think it'd be funny to one day go.
My wife.
Yeah. It'd be funny to go one day.
Oh, you didn't hear what I said, thank God.
No, what'd you say?
Officiate my wedding and fuck my wife. It was a joke. It's a joke. Nobody's going to say that. There might be an extreme fan. Don't play the clip.
Now this is pod racing.
Hey.
Be mindful of your thoughts, Anakin. They betray you.
That's deserved. I'll take that one.
Take a seat, young.
So uncivilized.
You're getting all these right now, bro.
I keep thinking I'm back. I'm like, come on.
You're getting all of them, bro.
I can't watch anymore.
That's the best.
There's always a bigger fish.
Hey, that one's for you.
And finally.
Once again, you've proved if you'll excuse me.
All right. Back to the show. Watching the Acolyte was like watching a NASCAR race to see a train or see a wreck. Yeah. To see a train. Where are you putting my mind, bro? Dash, where are you putting my mind? Leslie Headland, flaming homosexuality is what burned a mountain of rock to the ground. Possibly. It's too hot to handle. Yo, Theory, would you ever consider a huge 50+ % Saber sale only during the duration of the stream for those that show up to the lives? No, because we don't even have... I think you need to understand, like, our margins are not that big. I wish they were. It'd be cool. We could be like some other Saber companies and, inflate the price to a crazy amount and then say, hey, here's a 50% off sale, which really just brings it to our regular price sale without any actual percentage off. So, no, we're pretty transparent with all of our prices, and the price is the lowest it could get when we do a sale. There's only there's a reason why we don't really go over 20%. In fact, on BOGOs, we end up losing a lot of money, but we hope that a lot of people buy the sound font packages, and that's where we hopefully can make some sort of a profit. But we just want to be able to pay for the Vader fan film. So doing a 50% would actually put the company under. Doing a 40% would put the company under. Doing a 30% would put the company under. Our margins are not big. And when I structured the site, I purchased from all these guys in the past, all the other companies, and I looked at how they structured things, and I fell for it too back then. I was like, holy shit, they're having a 50% off sale. This is amazing. It's bullshit. It is all a marketing scam. It's a marketing freaking trick to make it look like 50%. Holy shit, I'm going to go to the guy that's giving me 50% off instead of the guy that's giving me 20% off because, well, math. But if you actually look at the number and the value of what you get in the box and the Saber, you're going to see it's vastly different. And the price, in fact, when we do a 20% off sale, is cheaper than the competitors doing a 50% off sale. Not to mention, we also give so much more with our Sabers too. So we can never do a 50%, and we'll never do a 50%, unfortunately. But the sales that we do have, those are the highest that we go. That's as much as we can cut into our margins, and we pray that you guys do the sound font packages because that's what saves us. So, yeah.
Would you guys consider doing something if the people are asking for like something stream specific? If it isn't a special stream code that you only get while watching, like that's reasonable, you do. Would you consider like doing like a tease of a Saber or a concept that you only see on streams? Or
well, yeah, like the Dual King. I just mentioned the name. Shit.
What if he did 49% off?
He just went through all the percentiles.
Bro, I'm just gonna fucking throw myself off the door. The Saber business, I gotta say, like, if you thought YouTubers were catty, the amount of stuff I've learned just by now having my own Saber company is Jesus Christ, dude. One day I'll come out with it all for sure, but until then, I'm just focused on my own path, and I want to make the best stuff, the best prices, offer the best things for my customers, and the best customer service, and we're doing it. So, as for the 50, no, but like what? Like an exclusive stream kind of thing? Yeah, that'd be fun. What can we do? Okay, let's do this. I've never done this before. Let's do on top of getting a buy one get one free, if you get this one. If you get the Prodigal Son, I'm going to upgrade every single one to the Originals font pack right now. From right now. So you'll also get a free Saber in the box, a mystery Saber in the box, and there won't be any S4s. It's going to be only RGB and up. And we'll upgrade the font package for free. So don't select the font package. Just go mark one free. And I'll honor that. I'll upgrade that for the duration of this stream. So if you're watching it on playback, it's over, baby. So it's only right now until we end the stream. So Prodigal Son V1, Mark 1, any board, whatever, but we will upgrade that font package to the originals right now. And so let me make sure I tell them.
Do you have any sabers, Stoops?
Theory sent me a few, but other than that, I've just had the Force FX lightsabers, and the Theory sabers are so much better. They do come with a lot. They come with the the keychain stand. They're really cool.
Okay.
Plus, you trust that he cares.
Yeah, no, you can tell. I mean, just by the box, the second that you pick it up, like the second you get it and see the box, you could definitely tell the difference.
Well, that's the thing, man. Is when I was buying every other saber company's sabers and reviewing them for free. Obviously, I bought my own shit. I didn't want to hand out because then they want you to say this or that, and I'm like, nah, I'll buy it myself and I'll give you my pure thoughts on it. And then and my whole audience was like, you should make your own company. I'm like, I don't want to make the same old shit everyone's doing because I was buying from everybody and they were all making the same shit. It was the same manufacturers and they were just the same shit in there. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to do that. So I made one exclusive and then we went from there. And then we did the site where I found the manufacturer that I want to work with, but I wanted to customize everything and I wanted to have, my guys do the customer support. And I wanted to have the font packages be exclusive, and even the Mark I. I mean, that's a $10,000. If I were to buy each and every one of those individually, it would be $10,000 in that one package.
Holy hell!
Yeah, the music was about $1,000 each. And there's 23 different sound fonts. Each one of those is $10 from Kyberphonic, and a few of those are exclusive just to us. So that's $230 US. Plus, then you got to know how to install it, and we do that for free. And then there's the music, and each one of those is about $1,000. So you're looking at like over $10,000 worth of or just about $10,000 worth of exclusive stuff in there.
And you said you'll do behind the scenes because I wanna see like the documentary where like you went to China, you sourced it, you're speaking
we're
Mandarin.
we're planning a trip to China, and we work directly with TXQ. We work with literally the head guy. It's my boy there, and like he literally just replied right now. I told him like, hey, like, yeah, okay. So, where was I? But yeah, we and then all the other stuff we do, like the box, the free bag, even the outer box. We got a thicker box for. There's so many costs that we put in that we don't charge for. It's wild.
That's what I liked about mine was like it's not just a lightsaber you're getting. It feels like more of an event.
Well, it's an experience.
That's
what it's supposed to be.
Where you just get it.
Yeah. So that was the point. And being the biggest Star Wars channel, obviously wanted to, I knew I was going to be under a hot spotlight. There's going to be people that are going to be talking shit. So it has to be the best of the best. It has to be amazing. It has to be perfect. And constantly improving and taking feedback, taking criticism, getting better, not having a big head. And so, it took a lot to start the company, and it took a lot of money, it took a lot of time, and, and I did it. So we're here and we're doing our best. And hopefully this year we're going to get our big compound warehouse, and you guys are going to see the whole, the steps of that too. And then you'll get Vader Episode 2 this year. And then with more Saber sales, you'll get Vader Episode 3 in the following year. That's our goal. So anyways, this right now, if you grab this, we will upgrade it to the Originals pack for free. You'll also get a second Saber in the box for free as well. There's no other company doing shit like we do. We are here for you guys. And if you have any problem with any of your orders or anything, customer support is there. These are my best friends. They're working customer support, and they're really passionate about giving all you guys the best that we can. So all the money goes into the Vader Episode 2 and to keep the company alive, keep the customer service team fed and paid, and keep everything growing, baby. So we have big plans for 2025, and we're coming in hot. We're going to do our best. So go ahead, Dash. cut you off
I
there.
was going to say Stoops. No, you had to do the thing so people know what to buy at theorysabers.com. When you get the warehouse, because it's so close,
You want an affiliate link, man? Should I make you one?
I mean, I'd love one. I'd love to.
We have a couple guys that they're making a few grand a month just off the affiliate.
Well, it's not about the money. It's just so I can read it and people can be like, this British guy, and I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Stoops. I don't need. Yeah. Anyway, Stoops, when you go to the warehouse, do a video like John Wick, and he'll be in a suit, and Theory can do like a tasting for you of all the sabers. You know,
that would be so cool.
Yeah,
that would be so.
Well,
cool.
that's actually something that I plan on doing. I plan on taking my favorite scenes from movies and enacting them in like a comedical sort of stupid way, but with the sabers and advertising the sabers, and yeah, I think it'll be funny, man. So it'll be combining my love of movies and doing skits and comedy into promoting the products and getting it out there more and more. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
That'd be super cool.
If Trump takes over Canada, we just need somebody else other than Trudeau to take over Canada. Greetings, exalted ones. Justin Trudeau's trash. He's like the male New Zealand Jacinda Ardern who ruined New Zealand. Good to see you, Aussie King.
Thank you, brother. We're like the same country basically in my head, except I went to New Zealand for Christmas because my brother lives there, and so my niece is technically a Kiwi, and I realized New Zealand is much prettier than Australia. It's greener, and I was like, damn it. You know, we make fun of each other, you know, just as like jokes, I guess, like America and Canada, but like we love Kiwis. So shout out to you, Star Wars Forge. Thank you.
What up, Josiah? We all be Can-American. General, hello there. What's up, man? He says, what do you guys think about this? Both Ahsoka and Obi-Wan removed half of Vader's mask. If they both would have been there for him, they could have kept Anakin from becoming Vader. Yeah, but it was just very far gone at that point. You know, the Jedi failed Anakin with his mom, and they failed him with Padme. And to be honest, they failed him with Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan never should have been his master. Never. He wasn't ready. What do you guys think?
Never.
I
think the importance of that story is Luke is the only one that can redeem him. Luke is the only one.
I'm going the Kreger approach. I'm like, stupid, apathetic Force, needed a patsy, and he was the wrong guy born at the wrong time. He had to go through hell and go light and dark just to balance the Force. That poor bastard.
Someone says, Matt says, shit, forgot the 2025 code. Do I still get a free saber? Yeah, dude. Even if you don't use the code, every single order, even if you don't know about the sale, you're going to get 2 in the box. You're going to get your saber that you bought. You're going to get a free mystery saber as well. And there's no S4s being offered in this one. So, yeah. We need... What?
USA, UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Union. They were doing memes already of Australia being taken over by Trump, and I was like, yeah, I see that.
Bring Melvin back on. He tells it like it is. Yeah, Melvin can come on anytime he wants. I messaged him a couple weeks ago. I said, do you want to come on? And I feel like we all tell it like it is, too. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say here?
I lie. I want you guys to like me at any cost.
Yeah, he Did Palpatine plant the visions of Padme dying or just read Anakin's mind?
I don't know.
I think he read Anakin's mind.
I go back and forth.
Yeah, read Anakin's mind.
I always struggle with how much is Palpatine involved with all that. Like, is he really the one that killed Padme, or is it something else? Like, so interesting. Do you guys think that he killed Padme? You think he took her life essence to save Anakin?
Pablo said that, didn't he? That you can hear the heartbeat faintly when he gets resuscitated, and it was the life force being drawn from Padme.
Pablo was the cable guy when George was around. All right.
The encyclopedia guy, yeah.
Yeah,
right?
no.
That's what
once Kathleen came aboard, then she gave him this massive job. But before that, nah, dude. Like, I don't trust anything that guy says. He just makes shit up. Oh, yeah, this is how... No, look, it comes from George's mouth. You want to know what happened? Look at clips from George, or read the Revenge of the Sith novelization, which actually was really scrutinized by George. And that's it. Beyond that, this new stuff that they interject, no.
So Lucas is sorry, I'm just confused. Is the idea that Padme's life essence was taken from her, is that a Pablo Hidalgo idea, and Lucas is the broken heart?
No, Pablo's that takes the life force to revive Anakin. As
And
Vader.
Lucas
is the broken heart.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why anybody would ever believe anything other than what Lucas says about the stories.
Well, I don't know why you would go back and contradict something that he said.
That's
my
all
thing.
Disney does.
Why do you think?
Key Addy Mundied it.
I think, yeah. If Darth Nihilus could drain, and we got a lot of super chats and we're going through them all. If Darth Nihilus could drain an entire planet of life, would that not make him the most powerful Sith? Nah.
No.
So the reason, the problem is that the power that he had, the hunger came with a great cost, and it was eating him. He was nothing by the end of that. It devoured him, just a scion with the pain only. So that was kind of the duality of it. So it's like, ostensibly, you go, we can eat a planet. But he was, they were just this hair away from getting destroyed themselves by their own power. So that was, and funny enough, the original outline for KOTOR 3, remember Cray said there's even greater Sith Lord monsters in the edge of the galaxy, which I think may have gone too far, because like we said at the start of the stream with the Dawn of the Jedi, the primordial beginnings of the Force or the end of the Force, those two sides of a story, that like Abeloth and stuff, the power levels blow out too much. Dragon Ball is a great example where it becomes so high concept, it doesn't feel human or grounded, where you're just like, okay, so this dude can rip apart the entire galaxy by sneezing. I'm not invested.
Yeah.
I love the power scaling in Star Wars. I know it gets out of hand, but like, I freaking love it.
It's insane.
It gets to a point. Every story gets to a point, you know what I mean? Like, what can Luke face at the end that is going to be a challenge that's realistic by that?
Yeah, Abeloth. That's
past
why
Abeloth.
that
Like,
whole
let's go
character was
past it. Like,
created.
you jump the shark.
yeah,
you jump the shark
you
at
did.
some point.
The biggest super chat of the night from CB Folk with 200 Canadian dollars. He says, my Vader 2 contribution. That is insanely generous, man. Thank you so much for that. Let's see, where was I? It was we're 2 hours behind on super chat, an hour and a half. So I have to go back in line. I just wanted to highlight the massive one that came in. There we go. I was in Vancouver Film School back in 2011. You could walk downtown holding expensive film gear, no problem. Sad to hear it's changed so much. Yeah, it's not the case today, man. It's quite unfortunate. Quite unfortunate indeed. Yeah, the homeless it's a real unfortunate problem on so many different ends for them. And also, a lot of them are very angry. And, they they do really horrible things. Like there was one woman that they grabbed her and they put pills in her mouth and made her like, yeah. Another one I think was stuck with a needle, some dirty needle. I think another one had, I can't remember. I'm crossing my lines. I don't know if this one's in Vancouver or not, or I heard this one, but a bucket of shit was dumped on her. Human shit.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Or it was just not too long ago, a couple months ago, there was a guy who got his hand taken off just walking around.
Via Theory Saber.
Oh,
the hand, I thought, Luke, I'm so sorry. This is a huge issue. I know there's a bit of levity here. My heart goes out to everybody, when it gets to that stage. Just because we're making light of it doesn't mean that it detracts from the human misery and the empathy for everybody involved, not just them, but the people having to deal and the city and everything, infrastructure can't handle it. It's horrible when people turn into almost human refuse. It's insane to see.
It's insane, bro. It's insane. And now this guy wants to take away everyone's guns too. It's like, what are you doing to this country? What are you doing? It is insane. Like I can't even go to target practice anymore with my favorite. It's wild. It's a wild country to live in. Horrible country to live in after this.
Because we don't have guns in Australia, because outside of rifles and shotguns for hunting, because of the Port Arthur thing that happened in the 90s. When I went to America, I was living in Huntsville, Alabama for work. We had like a work retreat, like a day off where we do stuff. And the work thing, blowing my Australian mind, was going to the gun range. And I show up to the gun range and I go, hey, I didn't have my American driver's license at the time. And they said, oh, no, you can't shoot your gun. And I thought, that's pretty normal. How am I going to prove I'm not insane? And they said, go to Walmart and get some license and then come back. And I was like, oh,
yeah, it's very
that's
easy.
so amazing. That's so
very
go
easy.
this. The South will rise again. I was like, that's so cool. They're just like, just go to Walmart.
Yeah. It's crazy. Oh, well. Check out Troy Bond comedian role play of Emperor. All right, lads. Thank you for everything you've got me, and still getting me through some rough times. Glad to make it live tonight. What's up, Fergie? We're here for you, man. Something's wrong when we have veterans and kids homeless in the streets, and we are giving $2,000 a month to random immigrants. Yeah. They get all the new houses and the new homes and the benefits and the free taxes and all this shit, but our own people that have been paying taxes here and been serving the country and treated like absolute shit. I wish we all could be treated great. Why not everybody? Immigrants and our own people. But, you got to treat your family right. You got to treat the people who have built this country right. Getting a 50/90 at the end of the month. How about you, Theory? Oh, dude, I haven't even called in yet. I completely forgot. Let me see if they're open. If they are, you guys are going to have to cover the stream for a minute.
Sweet. What's a 50/90?
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
Is that a graphics card? Because I'm thinking, like, don't you only have the 4090?
It's like 4 times stronger than the RTX. 40.
I got a 3090, and then I got FOMO, and I got a 4090, which is like the price of a small car. I'm like, I can't do this. And then they always shit on you as soon as it becomes available, and people stop trying to take them. They're like, guess
okay,
what we've got?
I gotta call them. You guys take over the stream for a minute. I gotta.
Oh, this is gonna be sweet.
So what is a 5090 dash?
It's an NVIDIA graphics card. So it's just the creme de la creme. And they have these like chip shortages or whatever, and scalpers buy them all out. So they announce one at a decent price. Let's say $1,000. You can't buy it for $1,000. You have to pay $1,600. And then they gatekeep it. And when like a year later, when you finally can get a graphics card, because like I film gaming on my PC. So it's like a work one, and I have to have something that's strong enough to play high-end games that that don't stutter, but also recording software. So you need the top of the line what you can get, basically. But as soon as they come out and you finally dip in and you pay it, and you're like, oh, that's a lot of money, then they'll announce the next one and be like, it's 17 times faster and you have no penis if you only own one. And you're like, oh, it's just the most aggravating. And the scalpers make so much money, and there's just no way to stop them. It's just a horrible gray market bullshit. Like the morality of it, the lack thereof is just, you just want to strangle these guys.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Do you have a gaming PC?
No, I don't game very much. I have a PlayStation 5, but I just don't do that.
I'll tell you a shit story about a PS5 and Star Wars while we're on this. Yeah. So I had a friend who was doing TikTok who's no longer a friend. We'll see why. And they really, they were begging me. I just got a PS5 and I bought my brother one when they came out, which I'm a bit of a tight ass. So like, that's a huge splurge. And I was so happy. I was in New Zealand and for his 40th. And so I get the PS5. I play God of War, Ragnarok or whatever. And my friend goes, I need to borrow your PS5 for TikTok so that I can play the Jedi Fallen Order, the new one, right? Survivor. I didn't realize that TikTok doesn't have a streaming functionality. They were playing it on TV, then filming with a camera the TV, like old school 2008. Not pissed about that. Jedi Fallen Order had a problem with the disc that same as actually Diablo 4 when it came out from memory had this thing that it could burn up my exact PC. Like if you had X amount of specs in a 4090 or whatever, it was known to set the PC on fire. Anyway, it cooked my PS5 and the fan was all jacked up when I got it back. And she's like, oh, sorry, it was overheating. And so I looked online and I put a fan on it so it would cool it down. And I was like,
she just destroyed your PlayStation.
Destroyed it. I'm like, well, that's, you know, like
that's all she said. Like, oh, it was overheated. She broke your system.
Yeah. And she's poor as shit. So I was just like, well, I'm not going to get the money from you. I'm not going to try. Like, that's the cost of a friendship for me. I'm like, no. So pissy. Yeah. But the Fallen Order disc is still in the PS5. I think they updated it and fixed it.
That's awful.
No luck. No luck, unfortunately.
How much do they cost US? It's like double here. By the time it hits Australian borders, like because of the pirates or something, they like triple the cost.
The guy said that US gets priority, so Canada doesn't have it yet. So maybe there's a US distributor that has one. I don't know.
Why don't you send it to someone in the US and then get them to ping it to you if you trust someone?
I'd have to buy from an American website.
Yeah. Just ship it to someone and
ship it to Wave.
Ship it to Wave. He'll be doing an unboxing stream himself.
It's already
look at my new 59.
It's already on eBay. It's already on eBay.
The
what are they asking on eBay for it?
Yeah. How much profit?
A 4090, only 24 gigabytes is $3,400.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I wonder if it's on Amazon yet. Let me check.
A lot of those sites, as you probably just called, will have the waiting list, and you know Reddit will tell you where to go and stuff. It is so expensive.
My God, dude! Holy fucking shit! An RTX 4090 on Amazon.com, 24 gigabytes is $7,669.
Fuck. What do they call? And they're like $1,000 normally. Is that
no? I was misquoted.
$2,000.
$2,000. Yeah, sorry, it's two. Back when I bought my first one, it was like $1,000, but it went up and up and up. And the miners, the crypto miners use them. They're workhorses, so they get into it too. And they like the supply and demand means you're basically bending over if you want to get in on the ladder. It's horrible.
That's what I had to buy mine off Amazon for my 4090, and I had to pay $4,000 Canadian.
I didn't pay that much, but I know that. I need it. Like I was saying, I need it for gaming. But the dickhead move that I had, which is everybody can relate to, is I wanted a white one because my PC is all white, and I paid extra, and I still dirty on that. Like this is not a small amount of money. This is even tax write off or whatever. It's still like a lot of money. A small car.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Jeez.
I'm not doing that. That's bullshit. Yeah. I'm just gonna wait until I can get it here for like normal retail price, because that's insane. That's crazy. My 4090 will do just fine until then. But what I use a lot of it for is like we get render farms for Vader, which costs us like tens of thousands of dollars to just render the movie out. But my computer, since it's pretty powerful, it helps. So the more powerful the graphics card, in a way, saving money and time.
That makes
you
a lot
don't
of
hire
sense.
a company, like pay a company that renders it. You have to
render farm. Render farm. So like, there's companies that have like a freaking like building of computers with 5090s in them, and they charge you an astronomical price to render, a minute of your movie, depending on the quality of the film and this and that. And yeah, so It is
Didn't know that.
extremely
Makes sense.
it's expensive to make a movie, and then if you're doing it in all CG, you need to render it. So and the problem is that it can take you like a year to render your movie if you're doing it on like a shitty computer or even like a one good computer. But if you have a shit ton of computers, a farm of them, you can do it really fast.
Right, but so like you're
It
just
costs
like
money.
I need 8K and resolution or whatever the highest is now. Isn't YouTube just going to fuck you on the back end encryption and
No,
draw it down?
it's not so much about the resolution. It's about rendering the like exporting the project.
Just simple exporting. Damn.
Yeah, even in 1080, but it's going to take a long time because especially our stuff is just so high scale. Like this is movie studio quality, Hollywood quality, even I would say better on some shit. But yeah, you guys will see. Yeah, how did you? Oh, you're getting it at the end of the month. Okay, I see, George. Love your content there. Maybe when I'm in Orlando, I can like go into a store and buy one if they have any. And I can just like ship it home or something like that. Love your content theory. Have you ever thought of making a replica of Gungi's hilt from Clone Wars? One of the most underrated hilts in Star Wars. I'd get 15 of them. Much love, brother. Would you actually get 15? I might hold you to that. Because our Wookiee in Vader Episode 2, he's got an interesting lightsaber, and I'd love to create a replica of that. Hey Theory just ordered a Maul saber with the free random saber to the UK. About how long until arrival should I expect? Also, hi Dash and hi Stupendous. You should expect 5 to 14 business days. Some people have gotten them in 4 days, and then some people, especially during Black Friday and Christmas, took 3 weeks. So it really depends on the time of the year. Right now, it should be fine. So you should be getting it within the next week, week to 2 weeks at the most. So yeah. Keep in mind though, our manufacturers are closing for Chinese New Year for like 2 weeks at the end of January until the very beginning of February. So there won't be any shipping or manufacturing during that time. So you want to make sure you get your saber in either before or then in very early February, or we're gonna have to do some sort of like crazy sale or something during that time just to be thankful to our customers for their long wait. But right now you're still fine. They're still up and at 'em. What up, Joel? Thanks, man.
Thanks, Joel.
Only shit I mean, Siths deal in absolutes. What's up, Louie? What up, Josiah? I've been watching you for 6 years. I love you guys. What's your opinion on Solo and Rogue One? I'll go first. My opinion on Solo was that it was fine. There was nothing. It's Solo, like it's it's whatever. It's. I'm not expecting a masterpiece. And Rogue One, it was good. It's enjoyable.
I really enjoyed Solo. Actually, I thought that movie got a lot of unjust hate because of The Last Jedi and because of all the stuff that was coming out about Alden Ehrenreich needing acting coaches, just a very problem-riddled production. And with that in mind, what they actually came out with was shockingly pretty good. And Rogue One I like a lot. I think that visually Rogue One may be the best Star Wars movie. It's just great.
I'm gonna pull a Stoops. Solo wasn't Star Wars. I didn't feel like it was Star Wars. I enjoy it. I liked that Aaron, like the guy's a great actor, but he just, I remember people going, well, how are you expecting him to act like Harrison Ford? I'm like, look at Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan. It's been done. You just do it better. I think that guy that was on the internet, Anthony something, that was doing the impressions, and he acted as Harrison Ford in Age of Adeline, I believe the movie is. He would have sold it for me. It was a mess. I love Ron Howard regardless. And in regards to Rogue One, I think Stoops is on the money. It was my favorite standalone and what Disney's done, but it's so derivative of Kyle Katarn and Jan Orr's story that I felt like they effectively killed any chance that Kyle Katarn becomes canon because of Cassian Andor, which really kind of broke my heart a little bit because we know how his story ends. So Cassian can't get the Force or fight a Jarek or do any of the cool shit. It's written out, but that's just a theory.
Have you guys ever seen Jamie Costa's Han Solo fan film?
That dude is like a switch hitter for characters, isn't he? I've seen him as Wolverine. I've seen him do Robin Williams. That dude knows how to act.
Yep. Good friend of mine. Very, very talented. He's just like you said, a switch hitter for yeah.
And what's his name? The voice of Obi-Wan.
The furniture store that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. No? Well, they at least won awards for like 5 years in a row. Yeah.
James Arnold Taylor. There we go.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, Dashi.
Real deal.
Where's Randa?
Okay.
Does your mouth ever stop? No Wookiee. No friends. No one here to help you now.
Hey, not so rough. Pork. Now, I cheat one time, and this is how you treat an old friend? I'm in good with the Hutts now. Maybe we can make a deal.
Anyways, if you guys want to see the rest of that, that's Han Solo, A Smuggler's Trade, Star Wars fan film by very talented Jamie Costa acting. Yeah. Anyways,
You want to say something controversial?
Yeah.
Old Dashi's uniform doesn't really translate to live action like you hope it would. You know that in your head. There's like two big tire things on it though. It's like that's a hard sell.
Kind of bulky.
Yeah.
It's very bulky.
Well, you need a big guy for it. That's all.
Yeah, you'd have to just roid up. You'd have to really.
It's got to be like some, like 6'3", like he's a tusky dude, 250 or something like that.
Well, I'm 6'2". I could get up to 250.
Are you
just
6'2"?
to be fat. Yeah.
Shit, I don't remember you being that tall.
That's because I stalk around in the shadows. No, so Stoops, he said.
Yeah, I'm 6'2".
You're, geez, dude. Yeah. Hey, for those who don't know, we're gonna have a Theory Sabers booth at MegaCon, and Stupendous Wave is gonna have his first fan meetup at our booth and his first face reveal. So if anyone's coming to MegaCon, we're going to be there on all days. We're going to have our own booth, and it's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm excited. Uncharted territory, unknown regions.
It'll be good. It'll be great. It's going to be the first time you get to like meet your fans.
Yeah, that will be really cool.
Are you gonna wear the stoop shirt like Superman?
I don't know.
People would see you. They don't know what you look like. Of course, you see you from a distance with the SW, like a logo emblazoned.
Oh, the logo.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, you can meet both of us there. Someone says no photos. Yeah, of course, photos. We don't charge for photos. We don't charge for anything. You just wait in line. I appreciate it. A lot
come
of
say
people
hi.
come there to buy a saber. We can sign the box for you if you want that. But
$200 for a signature. And you first
we don't, dude. That's a question I get a lot whenever I do the few meetups that I've done. They're like, "How much for a signature?" I'm like, "Nothing."
A lot of people. There seems to be a like actor, especially economy, where they charge for like headshots and they come with prints and the signings and stuff like that.
Yep.
It seems to be a common thing. I've never paid for it, but yeah, it's a collectible, I guess. But that's just what people do.
It is. I don't know, dude. I'm fortunate enough to be here, and that's because of the audience. I'm not going to.
Oh yeah, I'd never do that. That just seems a little bit like
and
nickel and diming.
No, yeah, especially if they're also buying one of my sabers. I'm going to charge you on top of that for an autograph.
They wake up in the morning like, I can't wait to meet Theory for $200 for that signature. Like,
wow.
really?
I mean, look, in all fairness, they do that for like Hayden Christensen and Ewan and like, any other person at those conventions that make, astronomical amounts of cash, from meeting their fans. But I'm not at their level. And also I don't know. I just don't want to do that.
I just want to meet other Star Wars fans, have them say like their favorite parts of the lore. I don't know. It'll be cool.
Yeah. Yeah. What up, Tony? Tony's gonna be there too.
Was that Star Wars Sith? I think I saw a comment from him the other day. I watched his channel for a minute. He's got a good setup.
He does. He's a good guy. What up, Mariana? How you doing? So I recently got into a back and forth, with an EU purist over fact I like the Clone Wars and Ahsoka's character. He then called me a Filoni shill, an embarrassment to the fandom. I'm all for different views, but no need to insult my intelligence. Well, what do you care? Why does it bug you?
Give him a good old Glasgow kiss. Fuck you.
Yeah, whatever.
Nice. End him.
Yeah.
And that argument.
It's one person's rhetoric of you, and in their mind, that's what they think. So that's fine. Whatever. This doesn't make it fact. Just they're living in their own little world, little fantasy, where they're a purist, and anything outside of that, they're just trying to put themselves more on the pedestal. That's all. That's
There's
okay. Let them live in their fantasy.
You like what you want to like, and it's fine.
Yeah, and you guys will hear this from me. You like what you want to like, whether that be the Acolyte or the sequel trilogy or shit that I can't stand, like the freaking Acolyte. That doesn't, enjoy what you want to enjoy. And just because I hate it and I think that it's not Star Wars, maybe it means something totally different to you. And that's just like religions, for example. Someone might be an atheist, someone might be a Christian, someone might be a Muslim, someone might be a Buddhist, whatever. You don't have to agree with everybody. You don't have to denounce or defame anybody based on their different beliefs. All you have to do is accept that other people will have different opinions of things, and that's it, man. Just coexist. Like, yeah, whatever. Hey, you know what? I don't agree with their religion, but that's their right. They want that religion. Cool. Enjoy it. I'm going to do my religion. It doesn't change how faithful I am to my God. Who are your favorite pirates? I don't know. I don't really have any.
Like Captain Jack Sparrow?
Are you talking in the show, like the brief pirates?
No, Timothy loves pirates. He means like real pirates in life, like real life pirates.
I like Captain Smee from Hook.
Sir Francis Drake.
First mate Smee.
But pirates, says Rossi. Yeah, of course Rossi would like it. Happy New Year, boys. Looking forward to another year of fun content from all of you. Absolutely, Matt. How you doing, man? Happy New Year. Would you contact AwesomeCon to be invited? Sure. I don't know about them. Thank you, CTMZ. Nathan says, I remember watching you guys 6 years ago when I was 23 and single. Now I'm 29 and single.
That's why your name is Nathan Winning. You just don't stop winning.
Because you're winning, bro. Can we petition Elon to buy Lucasfilm for the sake of humanity? Much love, you guys.
He would AI the shit out of it. I promise you that. He loves AI. It would just be an AI farm of content. I don't know how that would be, but that's what he would do.
CTMZ blessing us tonight like crazy. First the $100 super chat, then the 50, then now the 20, then the gifted memberships. Short Dog 04 says, just wanted to say thank you, Theory. I have a new passion of Star Wars and editing my own fonts to my 5 Theory sabers. Hey, cool. Nice. Hopefully you share them and not actually share them publicly, but make a video on the different fonts that you made. That's sweet. Bad white guy or Reva in SC. Oh, Disney effing it up. SC? Skeleton Crew. No?
What? Yeah. Who? Reva?
I'm not sure.
I'm a little confused.
There's a lot of cross-pollination there.
I don't know if it was ever explored in Legends or comics, but my cold is making me sound like Optimus Prime. I am Optimus Prime, and you are a bitch.
The last thing Prime would say.
So I don't know if this was ever explored in Legends or comics, but we see the TK designation in Bad Batch. So when did the Empire update the armor? I don't know. Don't talk about Megan Fox like that.
Pretty sure that was explored, right? Vader had his Vader's fist, and then they phased out the clone troopers and the armor. And
hold on, let me get serious. What's this question? So I don't know if this was ever explored in Legends or comics, but we see the TK designation in Bad Batch. So when did the Empire update the armor? Oh, well, it phased out. They updated it kind of just. Well, what you saw was that they had some sort of intermediary design between the Clone Wars and the TK, which we saw between the clone armor and the TK armor, and then they eventually just went full swing Stormtrooper.
Which you see in oddly, just as the first reference drops in my head, Battlefront 2. Remember, you do the missions as the clones, but they switched to the TK armor once, as Vader's fist once he actually becomes Vader. They swap. So there's a time where they've just upgraded.
I remember reading a source book. I couldn't tell you which one, but it was the rebels or more enemies were using noxious gas, so they had to change the design of the helmet. So I'm sure there's something out there that you could find, but
wasn't it
not
cheaper?
That I can recall.
The Stormtrooper armor,
I'm sure that's a part of it being cheaper.
Everything with the Stormtroopers was cheaper.
That's TIE fighters, everything. They were just you're worth
everything was shit, dude. Yeah, he just wanted
quantity over quality.
Yeah, exactly. Anyone else wish the rule of 2 would end in modern Star Wars and we see the Sith rise in numbers again? Oh yeah, that'd be sick.
Yes, I want that to end.
I just more exploring the Sith.
But they could just go back in time. I'm from Nanaimo, BC. Love to meet you guys one day. Yes, he's from BC.
British Columbia. There we go.
British Columbia, yeah. Loved in book 5 when Dumbledore and Voldemort encircle each other and Dumbledore says, "It was foolish for you to come here, Tom." The movies don't show they were both afraid, but in the book you could tell. Yeah. No, the book was... I hate to sound like one of those guys. The book was better, but it was.
Yeah, I'm one of those dudes for Lord of the Rings. I'm like, Tom Bombadil. And people are like, shut the fuck up. I'm like, it's just so good.
By the way, when you're like a chick now, did you notice my hair? No, did you guys notice that I blacked out the back? Did anybody in chat notice? See, that's how well it works. Nobody noticed because it just looks that good. Clean. Very clean. Used to be all white.
Does look clean.
Thank you. Thank you, Ethan.
You're very welcome.
Going to meet MegaCon. Was wondering if you will have your own booth. Yes. Wanted to meet you in Denver, but your line was really long and moving slow. Hope to meet you in Orlando. We'll be there on Friday. I have bad news for you. The line in Orlando is probably going to be 7 times as big as Denver, and it'll probably move even slower. Because I had time slots in Denver at Ripper versus booth, but this is our own booth. And so I'm going to be there probably from noon until I'll announce different like days. I'll have like actual meetups and stuff, but I'll be there all days open to close, and then my team will be there, of course, because it's the Theory Sabers booth, so we have a limited amount of sabers that we're bringing with us. The boys are actually packing up stuff as we speak right now, getting ready. Darth Bane versus Darth Sidious. Who wins 1v1 open field? And Rossi, if Rossi's in chat, I'll have a very limited quantity. We're talking less than double digits of something you've wanted for a really long time. And it's 90% confirmed. Trying really hard. Thank you, Spaghetti. Toilet Theory. Maybe a good channel. Couple of people in chat want to send love to those affected by the wildfires.
Yeah, that was sent early on in our stream.
Yeah, I hope everyone's okay, man. And I hope it's coming to a close soon, no?
I don't know. I hope so.
I was supposed to be in LA right now. For some reason, I didn't go. Hey, Theory, Stupendous, and Dash wanted to say, so happy you guys decided to not name the group Star Boys, nor tattoo the name on yourselves.
Hey,
yeah, we're still
there's time.
Too soon.
Yeah, we're still up in the air.
If I get rid of the dash part of the star and then I just add boys here in pink,
I like it.
Biggie purple. The funny thing is, Theory goes, what color do you want for the logo before the stream? And I just yell pink to be obnoxious. And then Stoops actually, like, he goes, purple. And Theory goes, you'll never guess. I chose pink and purple.
I think it's sharp.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, it does look good. I'm not going to lie.
It's like the Miami Heat colors.
It literally took me 2 seconds to make this. Been following you for a long time, Theory, since your Snoke Theory. Stoops after that, and Dash, I love your Diablo lore vids. Thank you all for the hard work and efforts. May the force be with you. Thank you, Robbie, for the $10.
Thank you, Robbie.
Also, Stupendous, I saw in the EU about a force sect that had literal force-sensitive vampires called the Enzadi. Was curious to see if you might make a lore video about them.
I will take note of it, and absolutely.
Rossi. What is that bidding, my master? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Are you the devil? I have a question. Can a trilogy be retconned or be non-canon? And if so, how? Yeah, of course, if they want to. Just kind of like what they... No, it just like what they did with the EU. It's as simple as saying it no longer counts.
You don't think too much time has passed, like that the average person, like that, because that's what I think. Like it would make sense for Star Wars fans, but if I tried to explain to like my dad that the Star Wars sequels don't matter now and we're doing new ones, he would look at me like I was insane. So that's where I struggle.
Yeah. I don't think the average Joe knows like about canon or continuity. Like they go to the cinema. I remember when I stood out front of the line of Attack of the Clones in 2002, I think it was. And the dude in front of me bought a ticket and he said, I want like tickets for the cinema. He's like, I want 4 tickets to the movie Yoda Goes Nuts. Because he spoiled it. Because like he heard about the Yoda part. Like that's all people, most people just don't give a shit about the canon or continuity. You know what I mean? It's just, like Marvel, when they set up the phases, people generally started to learn about that. But it's been so long and it's such a mess and they go back on it that people is just like, there's a Star Wars thing happening. When's it set? I don't even know when Skeleton Crew's set. I haven't even really thought about it.
I just like the only reason to like do away with it would be to do it right. But I just struggle with.
That's what Pablo
do
said.
do you do it animated? Do you do it like it's just so hard? I don't know. I wish it could happen, but it would be a logistical nightmare.
Is it possible there was a plan but Ryan messed it up? No. So what happened was when Mark Fernandez interviewed Ryan Johnson, he said, so what was the deal with that? He's like, I originally, and this is fact, he said, Ryan said, I originally went to Lucasfilm to pitch my own trilogy. And Kathleen said, well, we're doing episode 8. Why don't you just do that? And he was like, okay. And she literally gave him the keys.
What the hell?
He started storyboarding on a whiteboard and she became impressed. I remember them saying that. I'm like, so what? He's like, and then we'll have AT-ATs and there's like salt and crate. And she's like, sold to the guy that knows Star Wars sounding words.
Oh.
Are they ever going to officially announce his trilogy's kaput, or is it just going to fade into the darkness?
I think they just hide things and they hope people forget.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, well, it's the least of their worries. After the Acolyte, that was the embarrassment. That was. Remember the red crystal on Luke's necklace? Yep, we all thought it would be Vader's saber crystal, and it was some important key to why Luke exiled himself. Yeah, we don't know shit about it.
Was there Aurebesh writing on it or something? I vaguely remember it. Is it in a visual dictionary?
So, it's in the visual dictionary, yeah.
So then there's Snoke, who had his ring. His ring had the inscriptions of the Dwarti. The Dwarti were these ancient beings, the gold statues in Palpatine's office that were given to him by Plagueis. Also, the rock was an obsidian from beneath Vader's castle. And beneath Vader's castle is where he opened the door to the afterworld or whatever the hell that was with Darth Momin. So there were so many possible theories, videos. I made like so many videos on the fact that this fucking ring had so many callbacks and like potential to like open the door to different things. Nothing.
Never.
Fucking nothing, dude.
Never touched.
Nothing.
Oh, I guess Palpatine did it because.
It was a joke. Ugh. Such a joke. Pretty ironic. Hollywood is burning. Is this a sign? Oh, I mean, as shitty as Hollywood is with their pandering and their shitty movies, I don't wish anyone any suffering, and I know you don't mean that. I just I got to make that clear with my platform. I hope everyone's okay. In regards to duels, how much of the Force should be involved with the sword play? In your opinion, how much Force is too much? What's a good balance for a thrilling 1v1 duel?
Depends on the characters involved.
When I tap into the Force, I try. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. When I'm drawing on the Force, no. You guys jump in with the real answer.
I wanted to leave you hanging on that one for a little bit. I think it depends on the characters. I think you don't want to leave too much out, but also it's you want to think like if you had the Force and you were fighting someone, I'd be using that shit all the time.
Yeah, like Starkiller. Channeling Force lightning through your lightsabers.
I'd be like fighting them, and then I just like with my mind have like objects like hit them in the head and stuff, just to throw them
Vader
off.
style.
Yeah.
Oh, you talk. I thought you meant like how, like, let's say Obi-Wan, when he says it partially takes over your actions, but you're still in control. Like, how much do you sink into the Force? Not how much you're like Vader when he did that thing, with Luke, where he's tossing shit at him, and he's just like, it's all Force, baby. In terms of like thrilling saber fights, I think that sometimes it has a time and place, like Vader dominating. But one of the best examples of the Force being used in a saber fight, and I think you guys will agree for the callback, is there's a Star Wars: The Old Republic cinematic that was brilliant, better than the games, where Malgus fought Satele Shan, and there's two moves. He dominates her because he's too strong in the fight, and so when he goes to shove his saber in her, she uses Force Absorb into the hand. Sorry, I hit my mic. Yeah. And that was a sick moment of the Force being utilized, because Absorb is such a esoteric power. Not many people know it. But then using the Force power that she's just absorbed, because light side people have to bleed it out, to use a Force wave to push him into boulders and ending the fight. That is the greatest example I think I can think of where the Force integrated into a fight, where somebody was about to lose, and then they used the light side to kind of 180 it, back at him like Steven Seagal in Aikido.
It's called Two to Menace. You beat me to it. Yeah. I was gonna say there's a really cool detail with Two to Menace where in Attack of the Clones, when Yoda just absorbs Dooku's Force lightning, there's like the detail that Dooku's a little shocked because he didn't just repel it, he just straight up absorbed it, which is very complex.
It's Yoda, baby.
Exactly, and Dooku
just dispersed it back into the Force.
Yeah.
Do you know that Dooku? There's a technique that Dooku used that ultimately got him killed. It's Sith shit talking, and I believe the term is unmock. Yeah. I love that. That's like ability where it's like, fuck, you're weak, and they're like, oh, and he's like throws him off guard. The first time it worked. The second time it just amped Anakin up. But I love that they came up with like that's like Sidious is like, now say this about him and break him here. You know what I mean? Like I love that about the Sith.
The way I picture that is it's like mental pressure combined with shit talk, where it's like you feel their presence in your own mind pressing against you.
A light side has got to be calm to tap into the Force. So why not sever that connection by just absolutely, hitting the weak spots?
You got to get in their head a little bit. And if they're weak, they'll break. Benjamin showed me a pic of where he met you at Celebration years ago. You're so skinny. We were planning MegaCon at dinner Thursday. We'll be there. Celebration years ago. Oh, yeah. Chicago.
Was that when you weren't eating? Like you're just video making to a day or whatever? Sleeping?
No, I was doing okay then.
Oh, it says you're so skinny. It says you're so skinny. I thought.
Compared to now, but he's never seen me in person, so I mean.
Well, I just thought you were like buff for most of your career, and then those 2 years you just locked yourself away.
No, I'd say I was pretty came out of my powerlifting career, and started the channel, and then I just like withered away a little bit to like probably lost 30 something pounds. I went from like 200 something to like 170, high 170s, and like reverted back to nerd body. And then I got in shape for the Vader fan film for episode 1.
When they put you in the tank.
Yeah. Vader's got to look like he is at least somewhat muscular.
Oh yeah. As soon as you come up with that, I would have been like, damn it, now it's time to you gotta look.
Oh,
you gotta look way better.
Dude, I treated it like a job. I dedicated myself to just training very, very vigorously, and strict meal plan, and
what were you eating?
Just very low carbs. A lot of cardio. I essentially stripped away a ton of muscle and a ton of fat. And I just got lean and kind of skinny. And then after that is when I looked pretty good. I bulked up to, I think it was only 185. And then I started TRT a year after that, and didn't really have to try that hard anymore. Just got to
How'd you grow
train.
the legs back?
Oh, I always had pretty good legs.
I was never mind. Vader.
Oh, ha 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 ha. Good one. You guys, I'm taking my Boston Terrier Valen to southern Utah for his birthday this Saturday for a hike. Do y'all have Star Wars names for your pets? That's cute. Happy birthday, Valen.
Isn't Valen Old Republic?
Yeah, that's Valkorian's daughter.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. Yeah, I got a Chihuahua, which I met somebody who had the Chihuahua, and they were going to give him away, and his name's Wookie, which is because they had another Chihuahua called Yoda, and I was like, I need to get this little Wookie, and it's the dumbest name for a Chihuahua because it doesn't look like a Wookie, but I love him so much.
I've always thought of trying to
go
get
ahead,
into
man.
Star Wars Theory. Do you think I should get it? Go for it? Yeah, man. Of course, go for it. Definitely go for it. Watch Star Wars. It's great. Watch the first 6 and let me know how you feel. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say I have a cat named Kyla after Kylo Ren. She's black and she has yellow eyes.
Shill! You're a shill. You're a Disney shill.
You caught me.
You should have called her
cat.
You should have called her
shills,
Kylo. I had 2 cats. This is back in the day when my ex, she took them, but I got to name them, and they were both girls, and one was Nomi after Nomi Sunrider, and then Django. Even though it was a girl, I was just like, "You're Django Fett," like, because she said, "Oh, it's a girl." After she got her, I'm like, "Well, I've already called it Django, so it's Django." Yeah. Star Wars names for pets is the best. That doesn't deserve. Come on, they're pets.
This is the way.
This is the way. This is the way.
I did get her before The Last Jedi came out. I think that's a relevant piece of information.
All right.
Sure. It's over, G.
Thanks, Landon.
It's over.
Is it possible for a trilogy to be retconned or to be labeled as not? Yeah. Did you send this twice? Or am I? Did you ever plan on a Nihilus Saber? We got a lot of plans. Let me just tell you that much. Will it? Will YouTube? I love these conversations. They make my week. What up, my college corner? Oh, big congratulations to Stupendous Wave. He is on the 2nd episode of The Sopranos. I am almost on season 4. And Dash watched it a long time ago.
I watch it yearly. It's a must. It's one of those things. I'm so excited to talk. I've been spamming Theory Sopranos memes, being like, he's probably asleep. I'm like, fuck it. He's going to wake up and be thankful that he's getting Sopranos, more Sopranos.
Little does he know, literally every time he sends them, I'm awake and watching The Sopranos.
Oh!
Hey!
Gabagool over here.
Don't say anything, but I just want to try and read your mind. Does Tony ever get revenge for what happened to Dr. Melfi? I'm going to take that as a no. Yo, Theory Wave, send Dash a saber, my boy. Yeah, once we got the dual line out. All right, I'm putting it out there. We're calling it Dual King. So if any other company wants to take that, I'm going to put your ass on blast. So anyways, yeah, I'm going to send you one, and I'm going to send Wave one as well.
Hell yeah.
That's a whole new line, man. That's like something we've been working on for a long ass time. And
as long as you know, I will happily pay, seeing as I was the one that prompted you to give up the name.
It's like when Melfi was like getting her own shrink lessons, and she's like, she literally leaks his name, and she's like, shit, why did I just say that?
Oh, damn, that happens?
Sorry, spoiler. We won't spoil anymore.
Bro, you're in episode 2. Okay, let's do some homework.
No, I don't mind the spoilers. I'm just like,
you gotta.
No, I waited too long. I waited too long to hop on it.
Would you guys rather have a Grievous origin film or Django?
Django.
Yeah. Thanks, Sam.
What up, Colin? Thank you, Colin. Again, CB Folk 5.0 with the biggest super chat of the night. Thank you, man. Thank you, Gavin. We appreciate you guys. Apologies for coming in late. How dare you, Vander? Have you seen the rumor that Rory McCann is playing Balin Skull for Ahsoka Season 2? Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. Nick, if you're still here, if you could make some clips regarding all the main topics we talked about so far and upload them on Plus. If you guys don't have time for this channel or you want to see the highlights of these streams, make sure you go to my other channel called Star Wars Theory Plus, where you'll find the highlighted clips of topics we talk about for the weekly streams. And Dash and Wave, you guys, by all means, if you want to upload those.
Thank you.
Of course. It's our show. What up, Larry? What happened to the droids as protagonists movie? Were we going to get a movie?
Oh, is that the Disney Plus show, The Droids?
Oh, yeah, droids. Right. Some cartoon.
No, thank you.
Hard to keep track at this point.
Legion Armament with $20 says, I'm a big time US gun owner. I have 100 plus guns and I bought an all white 5.5 AUG A3 and named it the Stormtrooper and threw an EOTech on it. Oh shit. I hope Pierre removes the Canadian gun control. Love the lore videos, by the way. I have a Chris Vector all in white and black. And it was on the list of the guns that Trudeau wants to take away. So I'm not even allowed to show it on stream. I'm not allowed to do anything with it. I just have to put it in a goddamn safe. In my own house. It's amazing. If you ever need someone to get rid of your 4090, you know who to hit up. Oh, you can buy it if you like. Check out my first saber. Thanks for the promo. Much love from New Brunswick. Hey, right on, Ovila. Thanks. I hope it's everything you imagined it to be. It will be. It will be. Did you guys see Pixel Joker's update on his Kenobi movie? If not, you should watch it, and he actually might save the Kenobi show. I did not watch it. I personally don't think there's anything that could save that train wreck.
I think that extending the Leia chase scene might help. Triple the length.
Rendering with a render farm, you pay per render hour, and price goes up and down depending on priority and how powerful a computer you want them on. Yep. Are you playing Vader 2 at a theater in Vancouver? CB? I'd love to. But our priority, first and foremost, the premiere will probably be in either Los Angeles or somewhere in Florida or in New York. I like the idea of New York. It'll be kind of cool.
No, that would be insane.
We'll see what happens. Hey guys, glad I finally caught a stream. Do any of you have a hot toy collection they've been cooking up with their recent releases? No, I have a couple. You guys have any?
Yeah, I got the Vader throne from Kenobi. Him sitting on his throne.
And
that,
shill. He's a Disney shill. What up, Star Wars nerd? Thoughts on a Band of Brothers-esque show from Imperial point of view? Love you all and appreciate what you guys have done for the community. Thank you, Yang. We are the yin to your yang.
Yeah, we talked about it last week, didn't we? Literally, the Band of Brothers.
I think that would be so good.
Yo, guys, says Elias. Oh, Elias, what's up? He's also from Australia. I just wanted to wish you guys a happy new year. Excited to see what's new for Theory Sabers in 2025. Maybe Sidious Hill. Patience, my apprentice. What's up, guys? Do you think we'll get a physical copy of the Vader fan film? I'd buy it immediately. I don't think I can legally sell it. Having a tangible copy of Theory film would be awesome and a fine addition to my collection. I mean, I think what I could do is like give them away for free.
You talked about posters last stream too, like just
posters no problem because it's art and you could buy that. But I have to talk to my lawyers, but I'm pretty sure I could. I'm pretty sure like for a limited time or something, like with a purchase of a saber, I could probably give away like a free copy or something. We'll see. Yeah. I want to keep the Vader fan film as unmonetized as I possibly can. Like the movie itself. Anything outside of that, sure. But yeah. I know they're gonna claim it. I know they're gonna fucking claim it, dude. Mariana says, Dash, I first learned who you were because of your interview with Freddie Prinze Jr. You had what? You talk to that guy?
Yeah, he was really cool. After the interview, he didn't want to get on camera. And I was like, we're doing it on camera. And he's like, fuck it. So we did it. And he just talked to me about like just crazy shit afterwards. Just like celebrities playing video games. He was really cool. He's like, oh, I go to some Santa Monica place to do sparring for like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu if you ever want to come down. And then talked about choking me out. I'm like, I think this guy just wants to hurt me at this point. He was like, let's spar. And I'm like, I'm gonna get totally rolled. Yeah, no, it was great.
Sounds like a weird experience.
No, because his father was Freddie Prinze, the comedian that passed away so early. He was raised by like Bob Wall, I believe, the big white guy from Enter the Dragon. And so he learned like Kung Fu as a kid or Jeet Kune Do. And like his life story is like crazy. So he's just one of those dudes where he's got a million stories and just, he does everything, At the time, I think he was putting out a cookbook, but yeah, it was wild. The problem back then though, was that I still had this thing where I was very starstruck by celebrities, which I wouldn't be anymore. But so it's hard because you don't want to talk to them because you want to be friends with them because you have an image of them in your head versus actually wanting to be friends with them just for that. You know what I mean? And so that's my only regret, but yeah.
We're talking about the same guy that's married to Sarah Michelle Gellar, right?
Buffy. Yeah, correct.
I don't know. I thought he was okay until he had that meltdown on fans and saying we don't like The Force Awakens because the Millennium Falcon was given to a girl or some shit. And then the thing about Gina, he posted a gif of slapping a girl, essentially slapping Gina, I think. After that, I was just like, all right, dude.
Dude, the amount of celebrities that have the worst hot takes where you have no problem with them. And then they open their mouth and you're just like about their opinions of political, social, whatever. You're just like I saw that stuff and I just rolled my eyes. Like that is so whack. Cause if you don't talk about any of that, he's a really interesting dude who has a lot of cool stories. Like I said, I was like, wow, it's kind of baffling how much he's crammed into his life. But yeah, seeing all that about his take on the fandom was very much kid centric, and you're an idiot if I'm putting words in his mouth, but
Oh, you don't should I play the interview? You don't have to put it in.
I only saw it once, but I do remember not liking what he had to say, and it was
but he's doing that to himself. He doesn't understand the fandom. He's married to Sarah Michelle Gellar. His friends are all 90s celebrities and Dave Chappelle, and he's gaming with them, and they live in a bubble compared to us is the thing, It's a two-tier society theory.
No, I think that's I don't think that's a joke at all, Dash. I think that's super true.
Yeah.
I don't know. Mark,
they definitely do live
Dave
in their
Chappelle
over there.
Mark knew Dave Chappelle pretty good. They used to smoke J's together all the time. And apparently he's a real cool guy. So I don't know what the hell he'd be doing with Freddie Prinze, but
I was just saying that they all used to play World of Warcraft. I think that was the thing. You say Macaulay Culkin. I don't know. Don't quote me. It was just a bunch of them. And I was like, because I'm a huge gamer, I was like, I want to hear more. Thinking about, Henry Cavill saying he's playing WoW when he got the call for Superman just blows my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Well. What up, Rossi? Thanks for the big soup. He says, I don't know if you remember, You told me since I was an idiot at MegaCon last year, you told me to cut the line this year. I will try. If you see a 5'3" half Lebanese guy getting beat down by security, that's me. Send Tony and Wave to help me. Yeah. Did I say you should cut the line? Let me rephrase that. There's no cutting line, because after now having seen, been at a few conventions, the amount of fans waiting in line for hours just to talk to me for is I would never. No, don't cut in line. Nobody cut in line. You wait in line, and fuck, I wish I could sit at like a panel and like talk to all of you at the same time, but. It's I truly appreciate what you guys do. Just the lineups sometimes take place like hours before, at least at the ones where we shared a booth before the convention opened, and like we're there right away it opened. The lines were like they were 2-3 hours in advance, which is mind blowing. I never experienced anything like that, and it's I don't know what I can say. You guys got me here. I owe everything to you guys. Could the New Republic have survived and defeated the Yuzon Vong without having to become the Galactic Alliance or losing Coruscant? And if so, then what could they have done to win earlier on?
Oh, that's a really complex answer. To a really good, complex question. I am too tired tonight to even start. What do you guys think? Do you think that if they had like come together before, that they would have been able to repel the Vong?
Let me read this.
Yes, if they mobilized and they just like zero mercy nuked the Vong, capitalized on how slow everything was, and they were a force unprecedented. You know what I mean? So I just feel like it was just they took Coruscant like that. That's amazing in and of itself.
Yeah. Well, then they took Coruscant because they made Luke leave.
I can probably answer this once I finish reading the NJO books. Which one are you on?
What's is it called? Betray? No, Sacrifice. I'm on Sacrifice.
Is that the fourth one?
No, that's in the. I jumped into the.
You jumped.
Is it called Legacy of the Force?
Yeah.
Okay. I finished Vector Prime. I still haven't started. Well, started some of the other one, but
I wanted to jump to Kaitis.
My brain jumped there. I've read them all, but like literally, there was a lot of. It's not fill, but I just when you don't attach to some of the lore and you're just like,
dude.
Dude, there's lots of stuff.
So much unimportant shit in Vector Prime. I was like, okay, like the whole thing with Chewie though. Like, is he really Dash? Is he really? I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but
what happens to him?
Is he really?
Well, he screams at a moon from memory, and
yeah, he's
he's cooked. That's it.
Yeah, he's the only.
Well, if the moon's coming at you, I think you're pretty cooked.
Oh shit, he's not coming back. Okay,
he's like one of the only legacy characters that they killed.
So stupid.
It was like a big deal.
Yeah, do you imagine signing off on that? Oh,
Nick says gay.
Yeah,
dude, he's gay. He's gay, and he's gay for you. Okay. What do you think about Mangold saying he doesn't want to be handcuffed by lore for the dawn of the Jedi? We talked about this earlier in the stream. I think it's absolute bullshit. I hate when directors.
That's the first thing we talked about.
Yeah, I hate when directors come into Star Wars and they want to put their own spin on something that's already been founded and set in stone. There's a beautiful lore with the early Jedi, Tython and the Thoyor, and Ashla and Bogan, the moons, the light side moon, the dark side moon, how they took all of the families and they ripped them all apart, only keeping the ones that were force sensitive on Tython and training them on different quadrants of the planet. that and the whole just getting all of these force sensitive beings and these beings from all corners of the galaxy from the Thoyor, these pyramids that were flying around like spaceships. It's just such a cool story, man. And you're gonna try and create your own spin on things just so you can be another Leslie Headland and say, I did that. Come on, dude. Stick within the confines of what's created, what's beloved, and you want to fill in the gaps inside of that? Okay, cool. But, there are freaking pillars that you have to put in. You have to set. You have to dance around them. You can't create some new shit. What do you guys think?
I think they might hold to the old stuff. One of the things that kind of shocked me about The Last Jedi was that image of the Prime Jedi, if you guys remember, and like the figure achieving balance. And that gave me a little bit of hope that they were going to do that with this story. But since that happened, and since James Mangold wants to do something that's not tied to other lore, it's quite worrying, because that aspect of maintaining balance is the core part of the formation of the Jedi, and it's such an interesting way to start. And the Thoyor, like you're saying, and bringing all these force sensitives together to be able to learn and advance as a people and to benefit the galaxy around them. It's just such a good start, and it would be a shame to throw it away.
It would be.
I'm gonna say a dashism, because I agree with all of you guys. The dark side planet's called Bogan, right?
It's a moon,
moon. That's right. The dark side guys go to meditate and they balance. Anyway, in Australia.
No. The dark side guys go to the light.
The light one. Yeah, that's right. They try and balance.
And then the light side guys go to the dark.
Guys go there. Yeah, they're all about
balance, which is fucking cool. Anyway.
Yeah. The fact that they lost sight of it so badly with the Sith and Jedi beliefs. Anyway, in Australia, if you have like really like trailer trash people, we call them bogans. So the first time I read it, I was like, bogan.
That's wild.
What a shit moon.
Where they send all the Australians.
Trailer park.
They send all the trailer trash Australians the bogans.
Australia.
Come on, mate. What are you doing? You're too bloody light side. Come to the dark side.
Literally
said the C word.
Oh god, that's hilarious, dude. Bogan is the dark side moon of the UK, and then Canada is the light side moon of the UK. That's crazy. We just made some new lore here. Okay, awkward silence. All right, continue.
Oh.
Just started recently on the fonts that I posted to YouTube. Needs some work for sure, but appreciate all you do. Again, may the force be with you. Short Dog 04. I don't know if you're actually short or not, bro, but that profile picture angle ain't. I guess it's really giving credibility to the name. But Short. All right, you got what's with the Short Kings going on? Short King Lebanese cheese.
What's Lebanese cheese? I don't
know, dude. I don't know. Luke in the sequels should have been like the way he was in Battlefront 2 2017 cutscenes. Yeah. It's crazy that EA did Luke significantly better. Well, because there's different writers, right? So like Luke in a comic book is going to be different than Luke in the movies. Because it's just different people with different iterations of Luke. When it shouldn't be. It should be what's in Legends, essentially. Because it's the closest to George that you'll ever get.
Yeah, I think the scenes with Luke in Battlefront 2 feel like Legends Luke. He feels like he's learning, and it is a shame that there's a real lack of cohesion between all the different Disney era projects, because he does feel drastically different depending on what you're reading or watching.
I hated that level. I wasn't a fan of Luke's voicing either. I felt like he was a great character representation. The voice was off the mark for me, but that level of finally getting to play Luke Skywalker and crushing bugs, I was like, that's so stupid.
So dumb. Thank you, J-Bot, for that message. Erica. Oh, sorry. Eric Michaela. What's up, guys? Do you think we'll get a physical copy of the Vader film? I'd buy it immediately. Having a tangible copy of Theory film would be awesome and a fine addition to my collection. No, but we're going to be making some exclusives from the film of the sabers. And so there's going to be some cool shit that you guys could get for free along with that. But we can't, I mean, I don't think we can physically sell a Star Wars fan film. Right. I mean, I can't even put ads on it, let alone, sell it. Even though they're going to put ads on it and keep the money, which, whatever, that's fine. But
I think that was from before. That flight suit looks familiar.
no, I think you sent it twice
Oh, okay.
because we're just going down in order now.
Okay.
I'm curious, has anyone thought about Anakin's dream he mentioned to Qui-Gon as being one of his visions of the future? Could tie that into the dark side is so potent, it draws power from suffering, pain, etc. Thoughts?
I'm forgetting that scene.
Anakin's dream he mentioned to Qui-Gon as being one of his visions of the future. Is this from the novel?
I don't know. I don't recall.
I don't remember him.
Trying to think of the movie. He talks to the council about his feelings, but not Qui-Gon. It's just mindful. No.
Chat, do you guys remember anything? Let's go on to the next one and see if chat remembers anything, because I'm drawing a blank. Oh, Mortis. Talking about Mortis. No, that wasn't actually Qui-Gon.
It wasn't?
I don't think so. I think that was the son playing with him. Do you think it was? It could be, but that's kind of the whole point of Mortis is that it's deceptive. You don't know what's what.
I took it as like, because Mortis was so strong in the Force, Qui-Gon could materialize there.
Yeah, that's what I took from it. Was that was the only place he could really manifest in the galaxy.
I thought that, but then I also thought, like, what if this is all just a trick? You can't believe anything in that place.
Did they screw that up in Obi-Wan Kenobi because he just manifests for Kenobi?
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, that's impressive.
Because in the novel, Kenobi novel, I remember I think he could talk to him through like a just voice, but he couldn't manifest the spirit, or maybe he just meditated and heard him.
They changed it in canon. They changed it in the book from a certain point of view, where for the first time ever, Qui-Gon materializes just before A New Hope. It's bullshit. But that's canonically now. That's the first. That's the reason. That's the answer. But yeah, I mean they don't give a shit about the books anyways. Not that they really even should, but if you want to keep consistency, you should keep it with what was canon when George was there. But then they want to create their own canon in the books or the comics. But then they go against that and they do whatever they want in the movies and shows. So it's kind of like, okay. This is the answer we have for now until some guy comes in and changes it in the movie or the show. It's a little weird. There's no strictness. Is there a Count Dooku saber theory? And stupendous. I love you guys. I had recently kicked a bad drug addiction. Oh shit. Recently a big inspiration on my road to recovery.
Congratulations, man.
Congratulations, dude.
Congrats.
Chat, if we could all put some hearts in the chat, show them some support. That's amazing. That's very good. Very proud of you.
Good job, buddy.
Health and life is the number one thing we have over everything else, over anything else. If you don't got your health, you got all the money in the world, doesn't mean shit. And yes, by the way, we do. You can even. I'm going to use this feature here. Go prequels. Just cycle through. Oh, did I not add it to prequels? Oh, I added it to. Interesting. I added it to more. Okay, well, I got to put it in prequels too, but it's not technically a prequel.
Just while you are searching, I apologize. I totally forgot this week. I got a family thing I got to do in about 5 minutes, if that's all right.
Yeah, man. Of course. Come and go as you please. But we got this one right here for you, Naga. Naga.
Pretty sure that would suck if that's how they said Naga Sadao back in the day. Naga.
Yeah, they'd get fucking canceled fast.
Oh, I didn't think of that. I thought I like more the annoying sound.
I didn't think of that until I said it, and I was like, "That."
I didn't say it for a reason.
That didn't. Yeah, well, you're ahead of us, I guess. I handmade my image logo of Vader listening to you, and I sent it to you. Oh yeah, sure, that'd be amazing. Thank you, man. Nice of you. Looks beautiful. Dude, you're gonna get clipped? All right. I guess we're gonna get clipped then.
No, you guys are fine.
I want to start reading Star Wars Legends. It's still canon to me. Where do I start? Depends how far back you want to go. If you want to go right after episode 6, well, technically 22 years or so after, you go with NJO. If you want to go back in time, I'd go Darth Bane. If you want to do before the prequels, then you go to Plagueis.
I think Plagueis is probably the definitive. If you had to pick one place to start, I would say that that's the best. Because you have characters that you can tie it to from the films.
Yeah, or you can read the Acolyte novel.
If you want to let your hair down and get weird with it, there's always Death Troopers: A Red Harvest.
Oh, again with this.
That's true.
I'm never going to stop.
Bro loves it.
Audiobook.
Bro loves it.
I'm so in love with it, dude. I'll never stop. Those audiobooks, amazing.
And then Thrawn too, obviously. If you want to, Thrawn's like right after the original trilogy.
That's a hot take. I dare say Clone Wars 2003 is better than the Clone Wars.
Is Thrawn after that? Because they got Outbound Flight is during.
I'm thinking Heir to the Empire.
Oh, yeah. That part. I thought you meant the Incept. Like Outbound Flight is where they kind of find Thrawn. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like I Mithrandir or whatever, and I'm like, oh. Well, how's the Emperor going to take that with the xenophobia? Like,
Theory, can you please explain the exclusive stream sale you got going on again? Has to be the Prodigal Son V1, right? Blade, board, section, sound, font, package, don't touch. Free Mystery Saber is of random value, right? Yes, it's of random value. There are no S4s in there, so it's going to be only RGB or pixel, which is great. And yeah, if you get the Prodigal Son V1 right now during the stream, we're going to upgrade all of them to the original sound font package. Dash, I know you got to go. I don't want to hold you, man.
Look, I apologize. This isn't going to be a regular thing. I love the chats. I'm going to make it brief. So thank you for having me, and I'll see you next week.
See you, man.
See you next week. I'm so happy we got this crew together.
Yeah, me too, dude. This is super fun.
It's fuck. Like after so many years of having like different podcasts and stuff, like they all have different feels and they're all great in their own way. But this one is just so like, I don't know. I feel like we're just like legit. You know what it feels like? It feels like the unpopular crew at school of nerds that just like sit at their own table.
Yeah, totally.
It's kind of what it feels like for me. I don't know the vibe the audience gets, but
I mean, I was never a part of any Star Wars YouTube community before this. I mean, beyond the community I built on my own channel. So I totally agree, you know. The uncool kids coming together.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Old Mate. Yeah, Old Mate. It's this one. You get this one right now. We'll upgrade it. Do not change to originals because then you'll be upcharged. Just keep it at Mark 1, and we will upgrade it for free to the originals pack. So it's another $50 value for free. Plus, you get another saber on top of that in the box for free, and all the other exclusives that are in the box as well. Only during the stream. So if you're watching this on the playback, anybody, it does not apply. It's over. Alex and Molly. Remember, too.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Given all the politics, all the talk about politics the past year, I became curious. Did the Galactic Senate or Republic in general have political parties or coalition pre-separatist movement? Thanks in advance, guys.
I think it was more dictated on like their planets and their systems, wasn't it? It wasn't so much, and then the political affiliation obviously changed when the Confederacy seceded. So, but I always took it as more planets elected officials in the Senate to represent planetary populaces.
Did the Galactic Senate or Republic in general have political parties or coalition? Well, I mean, yeah, look at Andor. They had political parties.
And you had stuff like someone pointed out, like the banking clan, trade federation, these businesses that held just massive amounts of power.
Yeah, because they were rich.
Yeah.
I mean, George made it realistic in that sense, for sure.
I recently was reading, and I found like a really cool tidbit about the Confederacy, and that is that the reason they were able to amass a droid army without suspicion from the Republic was because there were some pirates attacks. Like pirates were attacking them, but they were very small in number. But they used that as like justification for amassing an entire droid army. And I thought it was interesting that people went back and had actually added more to that detail.
Yeah. Yeah. I always found the political part of Star Wars to be interesting because and that's how it started, to be honest. I mean, look at episode 1. It all started on a blockade to Naboo.
Yeah.
That's literally it.
It's crazy. You don't understand like
when you're
the ramifications of that until you complete the whole prequels, but that really is the event that everything goes downhill for everybody.
Yeah, it's what started it. Yeah, you did. You told me long ago because we missed each other last year. No worries. Totally get it. You're my guy to the end. I told Josh he's my second favorite YouTuber today. Asked who is number one. I appreciate you for understanding, man. You know, when I said that, I don't know. I guess I didn't really understand. Like, I just shouldn't have said it. Yeah, like nobody skips the line because some people they're really standing there for hours and hours, and I can't remember the context I said that in, but yeah, definitely no. So, but yeah, thanks for making me your number one. Obviously, I remember in the EU 1990s books, Chewie taking it up the Wookiee hole from Tarful. All right, bro. Damn. His name's going to get me canceled. The Machete Order. No, in The Phantom Menace, he told Qui-Gon he dreamed he was a Jedi and came back to Tatooine. Oh, that one. What was the question again?
I think the question was, could it be a dark side vision or something like that? Yeah, I don't know. I interpret that as more of a dream, like a dream in terms of like a goal than like a physical dream that he may have had.
No, I think he actually had the dream, but some shit went wrong.
You think so? So like that was his destiny?
I think what went wrong was Qui-Gon dying. I think that dream would have came true if Qui-Gon didn't die.
Yeah, it probably would have.
Yeah. I think that was the like harrowing split in reality that changed the timeline.
And then Palpatine's just constant poisoning of Anakin's mind and purpose.
Yeah. But maybe that's the way it was always supposed to be. Maybe Anakin had those dreams and those visions of being, the savior of Rome, the savior of Tatooine and the slaves. So that he would be so adamant for power, and then eventually he, it's that lust for power that made him do horrible things, and then led him down the path he went.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
I had a dream I was a Jedi. I came back here and freed all the slaves. Have you come to free us? So one. Yeah. Right. You should invite Eckhart. I have. I did invite him. When that whole thing with Explained went down, I was like, do you want to come on for a stream with me and Wave? And he didn't want to. So he talked to me a little bit in DMs on Discord, and he was like, I just want to be, what do you say? He just wanted to I don't want to divulge too much private messages, but he just wanted to do his own thing. He wasn't ready to come on a podcast, and that's fine. I'm tweaking for Vader 2. Any updates? No. It's coming out this year. I mean, every month we get closer and closer. But no, nothing beyond the it's getting closer and closer update. It's looking amazing, though. There's 3 things 03 did better, in my opinion. Qui-Gon's 30-mile nose. Windu's 20-story tall and breakdancing Grievous. Dude, his his 30-mile nose was the best.
Yeah, the shocking. That 03 series is really freaking good. You got it pulled up. Yeah, dude, that's scary.
God. Ah, shit, dude.
That's such a terrifying image.
Oh man, that's good. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, man. Like Dantooine and Naboo being galactic Democrats versus Tatooine and Corbin being galactic Republican. Not core or bureaucrats, if that makes sense. Real name, by the way. Wait, Alex and Molly is your... What do you mean it's a real name? What do you mean?
Is that your actual... No.
It's Alex and Molly, dude. There's subscribers and members of the channel. Nar Shaddaa wouldn't even be on the Republic or liberal, definitely not liberal, map. Nar Shaddaa would be like... It would probably make Tatooine look like a good place, to be honest.
Oh, man.
Hey, chat, do you think Nar Shaddaa would be worse than Tatooine? Probably. I'd say so. Have you guys ever played Battlefield or Battlefront? Yeah.
Yeah, Battlefront for
Both
sure.
of them, yeah.
I grew up playing Battlefront 2. That was like my favorite game of all time.
Yeah. I was more of a Call of Duty guy. I didn't play too much Battlefront or Battlefield. Battlefront, of course.
I played a lot of zombies, Black Ops 2 zombies.
Yep.
That was great.
Yeah, played a shit ton of that.
I tried the new zombies. I just, it's overwhelming, man. There's a lot going on. I felt like the normal town map in Black Ops 2 was just perfect. Just survive.
Old Mate Bam says Prodigal Son V1 purchased. You will get that free originals font added. And we're about to end the stream soon. So if you guys want to get that free font, now is the time. Plus the free saber that comes with it. We're still doing the BOGO. That still stands. But you get the free upgrade for the font package. It's a beautiful font package. Really changes the experience. So keen to see the random saber and add both to my ever-growing collection of your sabers. Well, I can't wait to see the video, and stay tuned in terms of... I'm not going to say too much, but yeah, stay tuned. Stay tuned. What's your order number, old mate? Did you just put it in now? I gotta say, like, once the dual line comes out, that's probably gonna be my favorite saber. But right now, I'd say it's probably the Prodigal Son V1. Definitely,
you like the dueling because of like the weighting and everything, or just
dude,
the straight up design?
This saber is the best. It is. It's a lot of saber for such an affordable price, and it's just very nice to hold. These ridges are amazing. The way I can just manipulate the freaking thing in my fingers is just it's a lot of fun.
That's good. You removed what's that thing called?
Control box.
Yeah.
Have you watched the Robot Chicken episode, The Emperor's Phone Call? They had that. Yeah.
Those Robot Chicken skits are legendary.
They're great.
Like the Wampa one where like, Luke's getting gas and he like sees the Wampa whose arm he cut off. I think he got it. The best one though is the...
Should we play it a little bit?
If it won't get flagged.
Well, whatever. It might get flagged, but whatever. We probably played something else that was copyright. I don't know why I started playing. Is there a coupon code for the stream deal? No. Every order that comes in during the stream for the Prodigal Son V1, it gets automatically... We're going to hand do it. We're going to upgrade them. So you don't got to worry about a code or anything like that. Even if you don't put in a code for the BOGO, you still get the BOGO. We're just doing it because some people like to put that in. And it also limits people from emailing being like, what's the code? But, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. I should have put the code FREEDOM, but I made the sale before Trudeau stepped down.
It really was crazy that happened in like the next day.
Literally, man. Wild. Oh, there's my voice again. I am Optimus Prime. You're a bitch. I know having a first name for a last name is weird. My middle name is Naga. All right, I'm afraid, dude.
No way.
He's going to make me say something. Least weird thing about me, if you Google my name for some reason, lol. Should I say the full thing? Alex Nagamali?
I don't
think that's bad.
No.
You can't cancel me on that. You can't. It's not a gotcha. Is it?
No, not that I know of.
No. Should be fine. Right?
I don't know.
Fuck, dude. I never know with you guys. Sometimes you guys make me say some like whack stuff, and then I see it like clipped and on YouTube, and it's got like 50,000 views, and I'm like, I'm like, shit, I didn't mean to.
Shit.
Oh well, whatever. I'm a huge fan of the Star Wars soundtracks. Thank you so much, Eric, Michaela, for the $50 that you just sent both of us, especially episode 3. But I was disappointed that John Williams left out smaller tracks like Yoda meditating on the asteroid. Do you know if an album was made that includes every track? Where can I find it? Let me try and find it right now for you. Let me see if I can.
I'm trying to remember that. I can see it, but I can't.
There's renditions, but not the official piece. You mean when he was on Polis Massa?
I think that's what he's referring to. Yeah. Right at the ending.
Hold on, let me try to find this. Hold on.
Excuse me, Master Yoda.
Which song are you talking about? Which part? This?
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That's like a fan-made thing. Let's see.
Someone wrote Yoda's always meditating. It's true. It's hard.
Earth. Got it. This song.
Excuse me, Master Yoda.
There's another scene. There's another scene where this song was played.
In this film or
in the
one of the
prequels?
early ones?
The prequels.
Excuse me, Master Yoda.
It's a play on the theme when Anakin rolls over when Palpatine finds him on Mustafar. It's a play on that song. So if you can find that song, hold on. I'll show you. Right around here.
Get a medical capsule immediately.
Once he comes down the hill. Similar theme. It's kind of cool because he's like meditating on Anakin, whereas this is like the light side version of that.
Sensing those events from afar.
Right here.
Excuse me, Master Yoda.
This is where that.
Obi-Wan Kenobi has made contact.
See them. Yeah, this is the much more positive version of that. There's also a theme like this with Dooku in episode 2. I'm trying to think. Chat.
To the medical center, quickly.
Anyways.
Yeah, someone in the chat was saying Palpatine considered leaving Anakin there in the Revenge of the Sith novel. I love that. He was like so angry with him. He was just going to leave him there.
People can rip the audio from the film, break it down into tracks, and leave you with just a soundtrack. Yeah. Maybe I can ask Gower's son to make this track. Just Samuel Kim's brother, who's composing episode 2 and 3. It's a beautiful track.
Excuse me, Master Yoda.
Yeah, man, that's nice. I'm pretty sure it exists. I'm now compelled to find this. Let's see.
People are saying, look at the Ultimate Episode 3 soundtrack.
No, this is the twins. It's kind of there, but not really.
Oh, they do cut it out a little. Yeah.
Yeah, but this a little remnant of it, but it's too far past the scene already. Oh, maybe this will be it. Going into exile, the birth of the twins. It's finding Lord Vader and then the birth of the twins. It's like the end of this and the start of this. So let's see if we can go to the end of this. This would probably be the closest you can get to it, Eric. But this is like the dark theme. This is like the Sith version. You know what I'm saying?
Is it later on in... Or is it just missing entirely?
There you go. There you go. This is kind of. This is when Bail Organa shows up, like near that. This theme. And if it does it, it'll do it right. There you go. Yeah. There you go. So it's in Finding Lord Vader from 122 and up, pretty much. Yeah. We found it. Because then that's when Obi-Wan shows up. And then it should get dark again here.
Finding Lord Vader, that's the track name.
Yeah. And then Birth of the Twins.
It's crazy how the music puts you right back in the scene.
Yeah. There's nothing like the prequel trilogy.
Especially Revenge of the Sith. It's just, oh my gosh.
Yeah. We got it, baby. At least for the most part. Watched a funny video on YouTube. Star Wars YTP Count Douchebag Conquers the Galaxy. It was funny. Is it fine to send my order number here? Yeah. Not like it's anyone can do anything with it. Because even if they do, they're like, this was my order. And then we cross-reference and check their file and verify all their information. Wait, my name can get me canceled nowadays? I would never do that to someone. That's terrible. No, not really. Only if you're like a psycho. I've been lurking your content for years. Oh, so you're Plagueis in the Acolyte. I am glad you started doing streams. Loved Vader Episode 1 and all your lore videos. Just ordered the Prodigal Son V1. Thanks for everything you do. Right on, man. You're going to love it. If you guys have any questions, customer support's always there. They're my boys. They're some of the guys that you see at the conventions, or you will be seeing at the conventions and the vlogs. And you'll get to know them a little more personally, too, because we'll be doing all the vlogs and stuff afterwards. like every night after the convention, we'll go to the parks with the whole team. And it's gonna be fun, man. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
Yeah, dude.
Be cool to meet in person and hang out and meet people that have watched the channel, hopefully, and get to thank them.
There's gonna be too much footage. It's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be great. We're like gonna be a whole crew, like probably 15 of us.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, most likely, because yeah, there's at least 12.
Wow.
I got my team this massive Airbnb. It's like themed. It has like theme rooms and stuff, and
that's cool.
It'll be cool. Other than Jango Fett, how would a non-Force user to defeat the filthy space wizards? Any hope for the Muggles? Nah, the Muggles are cooked, bro. It's over for the Muggles.
If you're not a Mandalorian.
Oh, shit. Tough. Hey, this is our longest stream. 4 hours. We just cracked 4 hours. 4 hours and 22 seconds.
Hell yeah.
Is this our longest stream? I
don't know. I think, did we get a 5 hour? I'm going to keep the self-congratulations. I thought, didn't we do 5 hours? Did we ever do 5?
I don't know. I'm unsure. What the hell is an aluminum falcon?
From Robot Chicken.
How does Grievous use the bathroom?
He doesn't.
Time to abandon ship. Plop, plop. Well, I think it's a long enough stream for tonight. I think I had a great time.
Me too.
Yeah. We know Star Wars is pretty slow right now, but we love the fact that, we have this stream and community that we're growing and all of you coming in and hanging out. And we hope to see you at MegaCon. Wave and I will both be there. We'll have our booth. You just ask anyone for the Theory Sabers booth. And if they don't know, you just give them a good old
hit
them. For each heard eared hour plus 6 Canadian tax. I'm confused by that super chat.
But thank you anyways.
Thank you anyways. Yeah, we're excited, man. 2025 is going to be a heck of a fun year. And I just can't wait to share everything with you. And I don't think a lot of you realize what we have in store. It's going to be great.
I'm excited. The year's already starting out good. I'm a part of a brand new show, and I'm having fun.
Yeah. I'm going to keep this open for the next 5 minutes after we end the stream. So anybody who orders a Prodigal Son V1 right now will get a free upgraded font pack to the originals. So don't upgrade yourself. We're going to do it for you for free. Keep it on Mark 1 free and grab whatever you want. SDRGB, Profi, whatever. And we're going to upgrade you to the originals pack. A $50 value for free right now. And you also get another saber in the box for free. Only now at TheorySabers.com. Fulfill your destiny. Do what must be done. Fund the fan film. And we shall have peace. I bought a saber from you today on my birthday, and you announced the New Year's sale Jan 6th. Damn it. Email us with your order number. I'm going to see what I can do for you, Waffles. I love you, man. If it hasn't shipped yet.
Thanks, Waffles.
We're going to see what we can do. Okay. We love you guys. Be well. TheorySabers.com.
Good night, guys. Love you.
We'll see you next week. Love you.
And you're sounding like a separatist.